forgot to copy you guys. I just copied now. I copied you guys, but just now.
Ms. Prenger, we are live and live streaming. You may proceed.
Good morning, everyone. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public review session for January 23rd, 2024. No public testimony is permitted during the review session. We will begin with the special order calendar, continued hearings, calendar number 2021-56-BZ 337 through 349 and 351 through 357, 39th Street, Brooklyn.
Yeah, I was about to announce that. I have a technical issue with my computer, so I might need to restart it. But I'm physically here. So
And
And we
Commissioner
can see
Sheda
you.
is visible on the main camera.
On the main camera, yes. Okay, thank you. So I believe there's still some ongoing review going on. The applicant seems to have provided some feedback to DOT's comments, and I know school safety also had provided its response. So I would like some update as to where we stand with regards to DOT and school safety. I have some thoughts on the noise and air quality. And also our project manager had reached out to the community board because we wanted to find out if the community board was planning to hold a hearing. And our project manager reached out and has not received a response as to if community board is planning to hold any hearing on this matter. Ms. Prenger or
I can update you on that.
oh, you can?
Yeah,
Yes, please, Vice Chair, go ahead.
They did go to the community board executive committee, yes, I believe Thursday.
Last week, okay.
Yeah, and I also believe
The applicant went with the executive committee?
yes, they might be with the executive committee. I don't believe that the community board is going to have a meeting, but Ms. Pregna did reach out to them and she hasn't heard a response.
Okay,
With regard to DOT, they made a submission yesterday.
right, yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also in,
Go ahead, Ms. Prenger.
I just wanted to let you know for school safety, they had issued a letter on September 15th waiving their previous condition for a professional management company for school arrival and dismissal, which was a condition, as long as a list of conditions are adhered to that they put in the letter, and they need to submit a dismissal. The school needs to submit a dismissal and operational plan to school safety on a yearly basis that they have requested to be submitted every year prior to June so that
Right.
it can be reviewed by September.
And has the applicant provided a commitment letter to that effect?
They don't have a commitment letter, but they agreed to the conditions by letter on November 9th, 2023, but it's not kind of something titled commitment letter that we've seen in the past.
Okay,
Perhaps after the DOT review is complete, because there was a previous commitment letter, we will need a new one with all the new commitments.
okay. And where are we with DOT on this?
DEP, you mean?
Sorry, DOT. Apart from safety,
DOT, they just submitted, the applicant submitted, as Sal said, a response to their last comment letter yesterday. So it was sent
Yesterday.
in.
I didn't have a chance to look at the DOT comments. What were the nature of the comments and
Let me see. They're, I believe, extensive. Let me see. There was 4 pages of comments, so, there was. they
The
said
last
of
set of comments we received
this
was
was-
on January 2nd.
January 2nd. yeah.
January 2nd letter, okay.
And it's basically a traffic monitoring program that they need to do. They need to provide some data collection. It's
Okay. Okay. And with regards to noise and air quality,
We're still waiting DEP review.
I have a question, and that is, the proposal is not adding any new outdoor play area. It is the existing play area that remains. It's the noise from it. It's going to affect the upper floors where the new classroom is going to be. Is that a fair understanding? Am I understanding that correctly? I think it's the upper floor where the middle school is going to be located, above the play area.
Yes, the middle school's to be located on the 3rd and 4th floors of the existing.
Right, right.
Mhm.
So the surrounding conditions have not changed, have they? Any,
mean-
any new noise generator in the area or air polluters in the area?
Have to examine the EAS, I'm not sure.
Isn't the new MTA facility new to the?
But it
site?
was analyzed. I believe it was analyzed.
The last
Prior
one,
round.
yeah.
The
So
last one, yeah.
the reason I'm asking, the reason I'm asking that question is if the surrounding conditions with regards to air quality and noise were same as what was analyzed, I would say almost a year ago, a year and a half ago. Would DP be okay with just kind of extending the same set of conditions for 3rd and 4th floor?
Well, the mobile trips have changed because there's a new addition of the school, the middle school. So that will affect the air quality chapter.
Okay.
But we can look into it.
Okay. That will affect the air quality. Okay. I think it would be good to get a clarification on that, but I understand what you're saying. Okay. Vice Chair Shabeta, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
I have no additional comments.
okay. Commissioner Sheta,
Thank you, Chair. I had the same comments you raised. Thank you.
Commissioner Yoon,
Thank you. I have nothing further.
okay. Thank you. I think it would be good also to get some insight from the applicant's consultant who is here in 2023 to regarding this. Next case, please.
The next application is on the BZ zoning calendar. Continued hearings, calendar number 2021-85 BZ 2310 Atlantic Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. All right. Sorry. This application was last heard on October 3rd, and applicant has submitted its response to the comments that were raised at that hearing. So applicant is not seeking an amendment to zoning resolution section 11-412. The existing trailer in front of the existing building is being proposed to be removed, and plans have been revised to reflect that. I want to thank the applicant for listening to board's comments. What I would like to know is the proposed timeline to remove the trailer, and I doubt it if it requires any DOB approval since it's a temporary structure. Who will be responsible for removing the trailer? Will it be the operator or the property owner? Regarding the legalization of the spray paint booth, architect has proposed that it will take 12 months to obtain the DOB approval. And the letter from the architect outlines the steps to obtain the DOB and fire department approval. I think it was very helpful to get that letter, and I appreciate that. Regarding the continuous use, which was the threshold part of the question, the latest report states that the site has been in operation as an automotive use since 1932, and the applicant basically pulled together a combination of sources, including Sanborn map, tax map, city directory, certificate of occupancy, DOB filings for any work that was done on site to prove the continuous use. I think there were just few little gaps I noticed, but they were a gap of like a couple of years in between. And given that such a long stretch of time has gone by, I recognize that it is not possible to have records of every year. But this combination of information that has been provided gives me the answer that there has been a continuous use of at this site of the use that was previously approved by the board, and I'm satisfied with this. I would only recommend that the current property owner or whoever is going to, whatever happens, property owners, please do not let your term lapse for such an extensive period of time. It really, it's not beneficial to anybody. And, running a business that is out of term also calls for a lot of violations at DOB, and you want to avoid that. So I will strongly recommend to avoid that, especially for such a long duration. I think the applicant needs to provide a DEC printout of the petrol tank. We had asked this at the last hearing. I did not see that. And that's, I think those are my comments. I was overall satisfied with the application. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with you that the continuous use argument is not ideal, but I am satisfied with it. I didn't see them address the parking on the sidewalk, but I do notice that the photograph showed a clear sidewalk. I asked that we put that in the resolution that the sidewalk remain clear of parking. And as you stated, being that they're seeking to now remove the temporary trailer and not replace it with a permanent one, they aren't seeking an amendment, and therefore I'm satisfied with the application. I thank the applicant for their submission.
Okay. I think the other problem is there are other automotive related uses immediately abutting this property. So it is very difficult to say whose car
Sure.
is parked there. And though it should be the responsibility of this property owner to keep its sidewalk clear, and if that requires working cooperatively with its neighboring business and letting them know, that would be helpful, because at the end, the intent is to make sure that the sidewalk remains free and clear of vehicles for pedestrians to walk through.
Yeah, I was put at ease a bit because it shows that they do have some control over it as they were able to take photographs of it
Yeah.
on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
So I'm hopeful they can continue that.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I was satisfied with the submission on the proof of continuous use, but I just want to correct one statement, Chair, that you had made, that they had submitted tax maps.
Oh, so
Tax maps
not
are-
tax maps. I meant tax, the photos that came.
Oh, the tax photos.
Sorry,
Okay.
I meant tax photos.
Yeah, because I was gonna say tax maps aren't evidence of continuous use. So I
Thank
just
you
wanted
for-
to
thank
set
you for
that record
pointing out,
straight
yeah.
so other applicants don't come with tax maps.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
definitely not. It's the tax photos.
Oh,
Thank
okay,
you.
Fine.
Yeah.
And I had the questions. I found it a satisfactory submission.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I see the submission is satisfactory. The only comment I have is the spray booth. I would like them to add a note to the plans that the booth will be legalized within whatever time frame they are proposing. And if the board doesn't mind, we can condition on that.
Yes,
you.
that is my intent also to put a condition. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I'm satisfied with the application.
Thank you. Next case, please.
I apologize. May I say one thing about this case?
Go ahead.
We have an FDNY letter of objection in the record, and we should probably get a letter of no objection from FDNY on this, since we have the letter of objection.
Maybe, I need to look at that letter of objection, and that's related to the spray booth, right?
Yes, it is.
So I think, I do not know if FDNY has seen the proposal, because it's going to take at least a year for to legalize the spray booth. And if FDNY is waiting for the complete legalization of it in order for it to issue a no objection letter, I think I would prefer an alternative where maybe DOB, FDNY issues a conditional letter stating that they need to comply with those.
I think that they indicated they wanted them to file at DOB and FDNY, but I just received a message via email from Chief Daly that he's going to issue a letter of no objection. So
Oh.
we're going to be receiving that soon. I just got that message now, so
Oh, I see. Okay.
thanks. And I'll share it, of course, when it comes in.
Okay, thank you. That was super fast. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, the next case is calendar, it's on the zoning calendar, BZ, calendar number 2022-92-BZ, 950 West Fingerboard Road, Staten Island.
Okay, the last hearing, first of all, I just want to point out there was an error on our part on the lineup. The lineup refers to it as a school. It really is a use group 3 religious community facility. And so I just want everybody to be aware of that. We cannot consider it as a school until it meets the definition of 1210. We will make sure that going forward, the lineup is corrected. So my apologies on that part. The last hearing was held on this application on November 28, and board had expressed concern regarding parking, site plan, questioned the need for the storage space in the dorm, a lot of the programming elements, the size of the classroom and Beish Madrash. So the applicant has provided a room utilization chart for the educational portion of the building, and that and the applicant states that all students follow the same schedule, and also provided a very clear timeline of the hours from when the students or when the actually I don't know what to call them, seminaries or attendees. Yeah, attendees would be starting the day starting at 6 a.m. and would end with 11 p.m. with various activities laid out. And specifically, I think what we asked for, the reason we asked for the utilization studies, we wanted to see how much the Beige Madrash was going to be used and the classrooms. And I think based on the information provided, I was satisfied with the utilization and the way the programs were working simultaneously, or if not in tandem. It seems like there was some overlap. I was satisfied with that. It answered my question. And therefore I was also okay with the number of classrooms that is proposed alongside the SHU. So I noticed the occupancy of the Beige Madrash. It has been reduced to 261 from 385, the prior plan, and same thing for the classrooms. And I would like clarification if this is as a result of the spaces taken up by furniture, if that is what is causing the reduction in the occupancy load. Applicant also provided examples of 3 schools that the board had recently approved. One was a Browning school, another one at Avenue L, and the other one was Hadron Academy. I focused on the school at Avenue L and Hadron more. I mean, in terms of the classroom, and the applicant kind of provided this to justify the need for the room sizes in the education portion of the building. And based on that, the applicant states that the classroom that is being proposed, the classroom sizes that are being proposed, is very similar to what the board had approved for these 3 schools. So I'm okay with that. However, 2 of the schools, Avenue L and Hadron, also have a SHU. And in both of these schools, the occupancy load is 15 square foot per person versus what is being proposed, which is 22 square foot per person. So based on that, if you're going to compare examples of prior board, I think, and as this board has been saying, that the proposed SHU is more than is needed. And I am going to ask for the 3rd time for the applicant to reduce the size of the SHU. And in addition to that, also reduce the height of the proposed education facility that is fronting along Glendon Avenue. Based on the proposed plan, the height of the education facility fronting Glendon Avenue, I would say facing Glendale Avenue, would be 40 foot from the curb level. While it is within the sky exposure plane, the typical height of homes along Glendale Avenue tend to be no more than 35 feet or so. And I am, again, for the 3rd time, I'm going to suggest that I'm going to ask that the applicant reduce the height of the entire building to not exceed 35 feet from curb level. And I also want a clarification regarding the height of the SHU, because in the drawings, I'm seeing a little bit of a discrepancy. In one of the drawings, it shows the height of the SHU to be 25 foot 9 inches. And in another part of the drawing, it is marked as 27. And this is not including the parapet in both of these cases. So I would need a clarification. And also I want the applicant to indicate the height of the gym. It is not marked. So I think a lot of the dimensions are missing, and dimensions for each one of these program spaces have to be clearly identified in the plan. So moving on to the building that is going to house the attendees. The applicant has identified each of the space in the basement to be used for various storage functions. I appreciate, and the windows have been removed. So these are going to be just walls on all 4 sides with an entry doorway from the corridor. I do appreciate the applicant identifying the various amount of storage spaces. I just have to say it is very generous to see such generous amount of storage space for this area. And when I compare that to the dorm rooms, sizes and the occupancy of that. But that's a different matter. I still am not convinced on that. But should we go forward, I really want to make sure that this dorm room will not increase in height or number of room sizes or the number of beds. There would be a limit in terms of the total number of floors that could be used for habitation dorms, specifically sleeping purposes, and there can't be any programming of other activity spaces in the basement other than it being used only for storage facilities. And I think there's just a vestibule there. I don't think there is any other lounging activities in the basement. With regards to parking and buffering from the residential frontage, so one of the comments was, why is there a need for so many curb cuts? So the applicant has reduced the total number of curb cuts to 2. And at the last hearing, the applicant stated the reason they have to retain a separate curb cut for the, I think it's the westernmost parking space, is because of the grade level of that parking is not aligned with the access road that exists to access the facility. I think I have 2 comments on it. While there is so much of reconstruction that is happening and earth movement that is going to happen to put these buildings, I find it hard to believe that it would be difficult to do that to change the elevation of the parking lot on the western parking lot to align with the driveway, the main driveway. So I would like I'm finding it difficult to understand that. More importantly, what is concerning is that if this existing parking space is being retained with reduced number of parking spaces and while keeping the rest of it as asphalt, why do that when the board is asking for it to be greened? So remove the asphalt and make it very dense green buffer along the residential and along the fingerboard frontage. And if you want to retain the curb cut. I just feel like everything that we have been saying for the last 3 hearings, some of them are simple remedies, and yet those are not being responded to. And all of these are being said because we are hearing concerns from the community, and we also do not want at any future time this site being becoming an issue with the community, saying, oh, we notice more parking spaces than actually number of spaces just because there are parking spaces available. Whether that's happening or not, that besides the point. Why let that be? Why give it an appearance of some kind of impropriety when there wouldn't be? So why don't we come up with a plan that would behave and speak and operate exactly in the way what is being proposed? And that is why the board is scrutinizing this and tightening the belt around it to make sure that it operates exactly as being proposed. And there's no room for anyone outside in the community to guess, second guess, and misguess what is happening here. That is, I genuinely am saying that is the reason why we want this. We are not asking for this project to fail. We want this project to succeed, but within very tight confinements of what the applicant is proposing, so that it's very clear that it will operate exactly as the way it's being projected today. So that's one. The last one is the outdoor recreation space. At the last hearing, I think the outdoor recreation space was going to be located on the eastern side, one of the parking lot. Now that's been moved to the interior, further away. And I'm in 2 minds on that, and I want to hear from the commissioners on it. If that outdoor recreational area is going to be contained, which will be down the hill, away from Fingerboard, in between the two buildings, but well, not in between, but at the apex of the two buildings. But it will also be backing up against residential uses, so there is enough of a gap. I would suggest, if you're going to propose something like that, put a high fence with a noise buffer around it, so that no noise of any noise generated from that outdoor recreational area will not in any way affect the residents that are fronting on residential buildings that are fronting on Glendon Avenue. Again, we are getting there, but in very small increments. And I really wish by the third hearing, we would have gone much further than that. And I hope the applicant will come to the hearing with some recommendations that would address our concerns, and we can take it next step forward. Vice Chair Shibata.
Well, thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments, and I believe that most, if not all of them, were made at the last hearing as well. And I ask that the applicant please pay attention to them. I don't want to confuse anything by repeating anything, but I do agree that the shul is too big. I do agree that we should have a very specific language in our resolution to bar any extension of the dorm from a later hearing. And I support the buffering, the green buffering on the residential side. Sure. One of the questions I did have was with regard to the outside play area. When you say a noise buffer, are we talking like a thick set of trees or an acoustical fence?
I think acoustical fence, that's more permanent. Trees in wintertime,
Okay.
that might be, and it's not going to be that visible. So I'm not worried about the aesthetics per se on that, but an acoustical fence.
Okay, then I have no further.
But I'm open to say, this is just my thought. I'm open to the discussion from the board members. If it can be trees, but it really then has to be tall trees with,
Right.
because it's fence. I mean, I'm
We can
assuming
also
it's going to
do-
be a basketball court of some sort.
We can also do trees behind the acoustical fence if there's an aesthetic issue.
Okay, yeah.
I have nothing further.
Sorry, Commissioner Otley Brown.
So, I agree with the two of you largely about your summary of comments on the site. I think,
Excuse me. I
I'm
don't know
sorry,
if your
Commissioner
microphone-
Brown. Yeah.
the still,
microphone, thank you.
even though you have made changes to the plans in terms of closing up the curb cut, it has really not done much to decrease the amount of concrete that's still on this site. And I think that, for instance, if you look at that western parking lot that the chair was discussing, it's a huge parking lot. It's probably the size of the other 3 parking lots combined, and yet it only is listed as having 16 parking spaces. So when you look at plans like that, it leads you to think to yourself, what's really going on here? Is it really going to be only for 16 cars? Are there going to be other cars parking? Are you going to be storing something here or storing vehicles here? And so all the more reason why, if it's only 16 cars, it really needs to be made far smaller and the rest of the area be turned into green space. And I agree with the chair that I'm not quite sure why that parking lot needs a curb cut onto Fingerboard, simply because if you look at the plans, the grade markings don't continue across the driveway to the western side of the site through the parking lot. So it's kind of hard to tell why the eastern part of that parking lot, not the southern part where you can see there's a grade change, but the eastern part, why it can't have an entry that goes into the central driveway, just like the eastern parking lots have internal entryways that go into the central driveway. So I would like them to talk about that more. Now I see I'm making it much larger, and I could see there are some gradations there, but not across the entire side parking lot line, so to speak.
Right.
But in any case, that parking lot needs to be halved because there's no need to have all of that space for just 16 parking spaces. In response to your question to us about the recreational area, I think it would be a good idea to have a sound attenuation fence, but if on the eastern side of that lot, all there is a train tracks with trains, why not move that recreational area as close to the transit railway as possible, because it's not affecting anybody over there at all. And then you don't have to worry about the sound escaping.
Okay,
So-
sorry.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, Council Wine had a question. Could you please repeat the last bit? I'm so sorry.
Oh, the last bit about the recreation area. I said I'm in support of the idea of having an acoustical fence so that it contains the noise. But I was saying, if you have on the eastern lot line, the Staten Island Rapid Transit Railway, why can't you move the recreational
All the,
area all the way up to that lot line there?
Mhm.
Because you wouldn't be disturbing anybody.
okay, that's even, okay.
So that's all I had to say.
Who has their hand up? Somebody has.
Madam Chair, it's Carlo.
Oh, okay.
And I'm sorry, I may need confirmation, but I think to Commissioner Ali Brown's point, I'm not sure how that could affect the environmental review, because I think it does. I'll defer to Tracy, but Ms. Banky, I think it can affect the location of the play area to the transit. May require a different analysis.
Okay. I think that's for the applicant to clarify, and Ms. Benke can also shed light on that. But I think what I'm gathering from this, it's like there's still some concerns we have. Okay, sorry, Commissioner Shetta, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I totally agree with what's being raised. I'll shed some clarifications on why I'm very skeptical regarding the parking. Why it should be just one driveway, one curb cut. It shouldn't be two. Actually, it's much better design-wise, cost-effective point of view. It's much better to have one rather than two. I explain why is that. But before I want to go over the points one by one regarding the room utilization. I do agree that if all the students or the attendees will be following the same schedule, the room utilization before us does make sense. However, I'm not sure what mandates that all attendees follow the same schedule. So I would like them to clarify that. Second, regarding the size of the classroom, I've seen some language in the submission that's accusing the building code of not encouraging the interaction between the students or between the attendees and limiting the activities. I want to say that the square footage per person in the building code is 20. However, the applicant is asking for 22 to 31. This is not a slight increase. This is 10% to 50% increase. However, the applicant was successful to justify and make his case for asking for such increase because of precedents, because of other schools / cases that the board granted previously. So I'm okay with the size of the class, but I just wanted to be careful, regarding the language in the submission when it comes to the square footage in the building code. Next, regarding the size of the Beit Midrash, it's his own language. I'm talking about the applicant, and I quote from the statement of facts. It says, as noted, while the Beit Midrash is larger than necessary for the proposed occupancy. That's what it says. If it's larger than necessary, I don't think, I've been on this board for 7 years. I know the applicant. He's very good in responding to the board. I did feel, actually, when I opened this case to review it, I was in my mind, this is Jay Goldstein case. But when I started reviewing and looked at the submission, I was like, really? Is that correct? So this is not the applicant who, this is not the kind of response that we get from this applicant.
Well, the applicant is also working with,
I understand.
representing
I understand. Yes,
client.
it's not just the applicant, it's
Right.
the applicant and the client. Yes, I got that. Regarding the height is 26. I've seen 26. They are talking about 5 feet, 8 inches, roughly 6 feet for the structural. I buy that, but I don't think it need to be 26. I believe if you need about 6 feet for the structural, for the truss / the girder or whatever the supporting system, framing system, I believe 20 feet max would make it work. So 20 less than 5 feet for the structural would make the clear about 15 feet. I believe this is enough. 26 is kind of like an overkill for me. So this is on the height. On the parking, and I'm gonna share my screen on this. Give me 1 second. As you indicated, Chair, if you look at the 2 parking lots along the street here, you can see that the amount of parking provided is very limited. The number of spaces could be even accommodated on that side, and then a small driveway to get in, and then widen this buffer from the street from 10 feet maybe to 20 or 30. But if you look at the other side, it's very clear that there is big waste in the paved area. I'm not sure if this is gonna be used for something else, but I'm skeptical that it is. And the reason I'm saying that is if you look at that, and this was raised at the very beginning, that applicant, yes, he withdrew that argument later on, but if you remember when we discussed the locations for the building, the applicant was using the stormwater system design to justify the location. So it means that the applicant and his team cares about the economy and the cost for this project, and specifically when it comes to the stormwater design. Stormwater design mainly comes from paved areas, impervious areas, buildings, plus parking lots. And if you look at these 2 huge parking lots, why would you have these 2 big paved areas if you can cut them by, let's say, 80%? That would help you like totally decrease the size of the stormwater system needed, and you would build a much cheaper system on this side. The only reason that I feel that they accepted to pay extra is because they're gonna get something in the future, and that's why I'm against like giving them this size of the parking lot. It need to be cut, and it need to be cut significantly. Otherwise, it's for something else. Definitely, I can pay for something, and it's just free. That doesn't make sense. Then when you look at the curb cuts, I'll go back to, if you look at the configuration here, you look at the top parking lot, the entrance is from here, and then they're gonna make left in and out to this parking lot. When it comes to the bottom one, they didn't do it that way. They are saying that they're gonna need the second curb cut to come in and out from the street. I'm not sure why. Why wouldn't it be just a mirror image? If you look at the grades, and bear with me, my computer is acting. I go to that topographic survey.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, it's the computer is crazily slow.
Actually, this plan is, I had difficulty managing this plan because it is so data heavy,
Yes, it
traffic
is.
related. I
Yeah.
had little difficulty with it.
Yeah, if you look at this is where the top driveway is, and if you look at the grades, it's 105 inside the paved area, and here it's 105. So the difference is almost nothing. And if you look at the bottom, it's very similar. You got 105 at the top, you got 105 at the bottom. So driveway wise, it's same condition. The only difference is this is 107 and this is 105. So it's 2 feet difference. I would think if they remove that pavement, they just gonna cut a foot or two and it's done. And they can make the driveway from here, right, and lift, and they eliminate the curb cut on the street. That makes the project look
I think
like,
that's what you had stated at the last hearing.
like a
also.
school. Yeah, but they,
Yeah.
when I raised this last hearing, they started talking about a retaining wall. Yes, I understand, it might be a retaining wall, but actually you gave me the answer in this submission. You made the driveway to the top parking lot before the retaining wall starts. So do the same thing at the bottom.
And
Thank you.
thank you for pointing that out and especially your insight on the stormwater. The other question is that there is a concrete walkway, and when I'm looking at the site plan, I don't see that concrete walkway. Is that being changed to all green? Because that's kind of how the site plan looks. So the question is, how would someone walk into the facility and even walk from the parking lot into the building? The plan is or from any of the parking lots. So that needs to be also resolved. Right now, it seems people will be just walking over.
I mean, if they are saying that the walkway is gonna interfere with the circulation for the proposal I'm raising right now, they could have the walkway somewhere else, let's say all the way to the bottom or to the top. And at the sloping, the areas where there is like a significant slope, they can simply put some plain concrete stairs to take whoever is walking from top to bottom, and they just resolve that, like that conflict between the walking people and the driving cars. But I don't think,
Okay.
like, for,
But the plan does not quite show that, like the whoever has shared.
Yeah, I'm sharing.
Uh,
Prior plans did show a concrete sidewalk, interior sidewalk within the site that's been removed, ending at that, what appears to be stairs going down the grade that begin and end nowhere now.
yes,
Yeah,
So if the board has questions about pedestrian circulation from the parking lots to the buildings,
that needs to be corrected from all the parking lots. Actually, none of them seem to have a walkway leading to the buildings.
and there are ADA accessible ramps within the site.
Yeah.
But to
I'm
confirm
not sure if
that
it's a mistake in the drawing, because I can see something like a stair.
there's a stair,
There's
but
a
it's been,
stair, but
it's been
there's-
green,
There's no, there is nothing leading to that.
Right.
and the walking aisles, yeah, as it stands, would require the passengers to walk through the curb cut along Fingerboard
Yeah.
Road and down the slope where the buses are coming.
Right, there needs to be a sidewalk
Yeah, yeah.
for people to walk along all of these driveways.
True.
And it needs to be ADA accessible, so there's two.
And ADA requires that the accessible spaces be as close to the building as possible. So if the applicant would just go through ADA compliance as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. So a number of things have been said that I don't want to repeat, but a few things I want to just expand upon. The basement of the dorm, I also agree with the chair that the storage still seems oddly generous for the use. It's maybe 8,600 square feet interior storage space, which is a warehouse of storage. I appreciate the contractor's letter that was submitted that a basement is going to be practically beneficial to the project because you have access to utilities, you reduce the amount of underground. That all makes sense. It's a block and plank building. So you need the concrete foundation below. I've done a lot of block and plank. That all makes sense. But typically when economy is important, if you don't have to excavate fully and you need access, you would do a crawl space in the portions underneath the building that you would just reduce your excavation. But in any case, I just wanted to say that I still think it seems like a lot of storage, but provided we can, if we're moving forward, we can come up with a condition that prevents any other programs from being down there in the basement, as the chair suggested, then perhaps that's the way we move forward.
Actually, I didn't think of the crawl space. What are the other areas which would be perfect for crawl space within that?
The page left half of the building is, the
Is where-
basement is fully underneath.
Right, so that is the place where crawl space or you don't even need a space there, you can.
Crawl spaces, I understand that would be
For the-
beneficial. You're digging for footings, you need,
Right.
you might as well have your plumbing and all of your access from a crawl space, but yeah, many times in affordable housing projects with block and plank, we would do something where the hallway or like limited portions of the basement where it made sense would be fully excavated to a clear height of 8 feet or so.
Mhm.
And then the crawl space, we would step the foundation up so as to avoid over excavating and providing space that we didn't need. So I'm just contesting a bit the argument that this is the only way to provide economy on this site that is sloped in this way, where at least 50% of the footprint seems to be fully below grade. And then I wanted to talk about we're all going to talk about the parking. Because leaving a blank space on a site where we clearly talked about greening and buffering quite extensively last time seems like a odd strategy, but here's a photo of the driveway from my site visit last year. And you can see this retaining wall that we talked about last time. It does seem like, given the size of the existing parking lot and the few amount of spaces that you have and the opportunity you have to be at grade or close to it, you could ramp to this parking lot and not have that curb cut. So I don't think we should see that curb cut again. Unless there is some other compelling reason, it just does not seem like it would be that much earth moving or that big of a civil project to make that happen. I'm not a civil engineer, so you can counter me if that makes sense. But I think you've heard all of us express skepticism about the need for the second curb cut.
So no curb cuts on Fingerboard?
Yeah.
And specifically to the western parking.
Well,
Only
one curb cut.
Just
Only-
one central curb.
Yeah, one central
And-
point, and from that, all the
Entering the site.
all the feeder access to all the.
No parking lot curb cuts.
Right, no direct parking lot curb cuts.
And then the last thing I wanted to say was that the recreation area, we did talk about moving it here. I do think programmatically it makes more sense. Perhaps you could expand upon the layout of the recreation area. I think that some kind of fencing is appropriate so that, as we discussed, to keep attendees from getting into the spaces that are close to the residents. If there's a way to also prevent access to these rear parts that are adjacent to the residents, I think that would be helpful to see. We do have a considerable amount of distance between this boundary line of the recreation area and the property line. So it'd be helpful to dimension that so we understand just how far we're talking between the backyards and the play space. But a little more clarity on the plan and the approach to how to prevent this from being a nuisance would be helpful. I do think the location makes sense. We just need more information. And that's all I had.
So you're satisfied with the location of it, but you, what about providing any acoustical fence and other thing?
I think that, I mean, just based on a rough scale, we're probably 75 feet from that bottom edge of the recreation area. If it were evergreen trees that were lining it, maybe that would be satisfactory. I'm not so sure, but I just think that the applicant should be proposing something and making it clear to us what the parameters are, how far we are away. If there's a grade change between those backyards and where the recreation area is. Right now, we have a white box. And so we're just taking, we're proposing things, but it's up to them to make something that makes it work, right?
I think one of the problems with this site, this is a site with grades and there are distance, and it's a large site. I think anytime any of these particular buildings and spaces are being talked about, the applicant should provide a section of where this sits in relation to the street and to the abutting residential homes, and provide as much of string dimensions from these sites to the homes, because all our questions are related. How is it going to affect the abutting residential homes? So by providing those dimensions and information, can probably help the board further understand how much of an impact it would have or not have. And the drawing needs a lot more dimensions, a lot more detail, landscaping detail. We need an entire landscaping sheet with details of dimensions and type of plants, all of that. And I think we are far from that yet because we still have the basic threshold question. But I'm just kind of giving the applicant a heads up that there is still work that needs to be done on this if they want to move forward with this application. Thank you. Thank you all for your very thoughtful insight. A very, yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, and
Shraddha?
regarding the, I hope that they're gonna do reconfiguration for the lower parking lot, the one that's
The
But-
western one.
the western one. When they do that reconfiguration for the way it looks in plan view, I would like them to increase the buffer next to the existing buildings to the west significantly.
Increase the
10
buffer abutting the residential.
Yeah,
area.
10 feet is not gonna work, and you don't need that huge paved parking area, so please. Green next to that residential as much as you can. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I appreciate very clear feedback that is, and recommendations that are being given by the board members. Ms. Benke.
Yeah, with the addition of the recreation area, I don't think it was analyzed in the latest EAS, so that should be looked into too, because there is an analysis based on distance that could be added to the EAS.
Okay.
And if, as Executive Director Costanza said, if there's also an impact from the train, I know that's treated slightly different than the indoor impacts, but they could look at that as well.
But if it stays where it is, it would be away from the railroad. So, or is there a separate analysis that's being done for the dorm buildings that are located closer to the SIRR?
Yeah, I guess it's not directly adjacent to the railway, but I don't know if the distance would affect it.
Yeah, I don't know if any noise analysis needed for the building with sleeping accommodation.
Well, there was in the noise analysis, the monitoring they did was actually right near the rapid transit railway.
Okay.
You could see it in the noise chapter, the location, and actually in the photo, you can see the railway.
Right.
Like this is the photo. I don't know if you can
Right.
see it.
Mhm.
And the location is right there.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Okay.
Yes, they probably have the measurements they need.
So they do have the measurement even to for the outdoor recreation and for the dormitory or the.
I believe it could be reconfigured in such a way to keep the same distance from the railroad as it is right now. Simply by taking the lower square, it's there is a dimension that says 72 feet on the plan. I can share the plan one more time, but give me 1 second. Yeah, simply by taking that part, sorry, that, and simply adding it here. So it's gonna take it away, and instead of it's very close to residential here, it might come to this part here. So it's gonna be farther, and in the meantime, it's the same distance to the railroad, so it's not gonna be it's not gonna be a significant change from the current situation. I'm not sure if I was able to explain it.
Yeah. Also kind of containing the exposure amount. I'm, there could be so many ways to splice this. But I think the applicant should hear what we're saying, which is like trying to minimize any outdoor activities that can be a potential noise disruption and disturbance to the abutting residential, and how you place it, how do you enclose it with various features that were discussed, and how it's oriented are all part of that factor. I don't want to design it, but for them, but these are the factors that we are all, I think, kind of uniformly we are raising that. So, and that should be explained in your discussions going forward as to why this seemed like the best outcome, factoring in all the concerns that were raised. Is that,
Yeah.
I think, am I?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Thank you. This was helpful for me. Okay. Next case.
The BZ calendar number 2022-95-BZ, 1249 Sutter Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, we received a submission yesterday. I hope everybody had a chance to look at it. So it was a revised set of plan that was provided where the applicant kind of revised the trash enclosure. The plan and the elevations were not in sync. So the applicant revised that. Also, the applicant provided new set of photos showing the new fence, 4-foot high fence, not a chain link fence, but a metal fence that is being installed along Dosher and Euclid Avenue. So I want to thank the applicant and its client. Also, a trench drain has been placed that is parallel to Euclid Avenue, in addition to another one that was perpendicular, and there will be another one that will be placed along Dosher Avenue. The applicant has also added a note regarding the trench drain that it has to meet all the regulatory controls of city and state. The applicant also provided a DOT permit for the sidewalk reconstruction. The permit is valid from 1/15/2024 to 2/13/2024. That's a very small window of time, given that we are in winter months. I'm not sure how much work can happen in this 1-month period to do the sidewalks. I would like to know how does DOT only issue these permits on a month-to-month basis, or can it be for a longer period of time? It's a question I have. And the reason I'm asking that question, I don't want this to be just a paper for our file. I want this to be a paper that can be executed to implement the construction of this rebuilding of the sidewalk. The applicant also states that it has engaged a traffic consultant to conduct a parking study to assess the on-site vehicular circulation plan. And as you may see, that the number of parking spaces on-site has been reduced. It is now down to 6 spaces from 11. And of these 6 spaces, 4 will be for convenience, 2 for vehicles awaiting services. And all the applicant is also proposing 2 new street trees along Sutter. All of these are really good directional changes, and I want to thank the applicant and his client for listening to our our recommendations and making those changes. I would also ask if it is possible to provide any street trees along Dosher. If so, please do revise the plan and include that. Now, the signage chart on plan sheet 11 is still not correct. And the reason I'm saying it is that the proposed total signage on Sutter is going to be 48 square feet. But when I look at the sign chart analysis, it is showing 150 because that is what is permitted. I understand the site is zone C1 and therefore you can have up to 150, but given the problem we have seen this site has been having or had, especially with regards to excess amount of signage, I do want to put a cap on the number of amount of signage that can be located on this and not just rely on the underlying signage calculation. And since the applicant is proposing 48 square foot of signage, the sign chart analysis and everywhere in the document should be the same. I do not want different sets of documents and then we don't know which one is actually the one the board approved. So it should be consistent with what's shown on the plan. It should be consistent with the signage chart that's on the plan with the signage analysis, separate chart, and also whatever is in the statement of fact. The applicant also provided an operational plan and My only comment is, since the total number of parking, on-site parking is being proposed to be reduced, I want the applicant to ensure that that there will not be any curbside parking for any vehicles awaiting repair or vehicles awaiting pickup post-repair. And this is your employees who might be parking there. So you need to make sure that your employees do not park there. I don't know if we had asked at the last hearings that there should be sign posted, no parking on sidewalk. And this is not just a reminder for your clients, customers parking there, but also for the employees. And I want the operational plan to clearly state that how the operator is going to ensure that its employees do not park any vehicles on the sidewalk, whether that's for vehicles awaiting repair or vehicles that come out of the automated cleanup structure. Or even anybody just after they have filled in their gas and they're just kind of waiting there. That was not clear. The applicant has revised the proposed hours of operation. I hope everybody's okay with it. They're not proposing to change. The applicant wanted 24/7 facility. The only thing that would be 24/7 is the convenience store, gasoline sale, and air pump. Rest will be 8 to 6 for 7 days of the week. I want the timeline to improve the site, the curb cut rebuilding. I want the timeline of the in-ground planting along the residential lot line. Also, how much time it will take to stripe the parking space and remove the excess signage to comply. And I am satisfied with this application, but should we decide to close today, prior to vote, I want some of these improvements to be well underway before we can vote on it. That is my thoughts. I would like to hear from you all. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I did appreciate the new fence and how it's made of heavy duty iron.
Vice Chair, we can't hear you on the recording.
Sorry, thank you. I do appreciate the new fence and the iron, the heavy duty iron it's made of. I think that would withstand the type of use that the site has. And also I did note the photos from yesterday do show the trenches on the avenue side of the facility. They also in the notes specify that all stormwater and water from the car wash will be promptly managed and disposed of. I'm not sure if it was mentioned, but the outdoor trash enclosure is now going to be an indoor trash room.
Yes. Thank you.
And as they converted a portion of the convenience store into a trash room. I believe they stated that the curb cut will be removed and the sidewalk would be restored by February 13th. I thought that was a timeline that they gave us in their cover letter, which would be in line with the permit that they have.
Got it.
I too was, I will admit, I did do a bit of Google research on how do concrete trucks come out and at this and below 0 temperatures, but they do, according to at least one website in Alaska.
Then I hope they're not trucking
Yeah,
from Alaska.
and the only other thing I think that wasn't noted was that the traffic consultant will visit the site to collect data in a couple of weeks.
Right.
I have nothing further.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I'm pleased with the direction that this site is going in, and I have no additional comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. The iron fence is beautiful. I like it. That's not a comment, just an emotion. The only thing I would like to add is a clarification to a statement you made, Chair. The note that's added regarding the drainage, it's not regarding just the trench drain, and it means that the applicant,
Right.
the
yes.
operator and the owner should be responsible for managing stormwater / water coming from any car wash
right.
24/7 around the clock, the entire day, winter and summer. So be careful about the water. It shouldn't constitute any unsafe conditions, either within your property or in the properties around your property. So That's what it's, the notice is there for. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I just had a couple things to add. I'm also pleased to see all of the progress. We got these photos in on January 5th, showing that the sign had been removed, but I would like to request that the framework for the sign also be removed because you
Mhm,
shouldn't need that any longer.
mhm.
And it just provides a bit more mess in the air for the neighborhood. So these are a bit older. You can still still see the chain
Yep.
link fence.
Great. Yeah.
Hang on, let me move my. No, no. All right, so. The other question I had is, so the traffic diagram shows how the queuing will work. And we have 3 lanes basically that get you into the car wash.
Mhm.
And my concern is that it's not so evident for people who are actually coming to the car wash to queue more than in more than one lane. And that could cause a backup onto the street. So I think we need to stripe
Mhm.
actual reservoir spaces very, very clearly with arrows and lines to show where people should go. And yeah, just make it very obvious so that when someone shows up and the attendee isn't there right away, they know that they're supposed to go into these 3 different lines in order to stay off of the street.
Right. Yeah, and it seems like even though there might be 3 queuing at one point, all of them have to go to one parking space in order to access.
Right.
Um,
But presumably when they're in the reservoir, the attendee will eventually come and get them
Get
in
them
order,
up.
but it's just when you arrive and 'cause when I go to the car wash, there's very clear lines for where to go, so that when I have to wait a few minutes, I know exactly where I'm supposed to wait for them to come get me. But here, I think everyone would just assume that they go one in front of the other, and then you
Mhm.
have 5 cars.
End
and
up
you're out
backing up,
near the
right.
street.
Good point. Yeah. So yeah, please stripe the area, and your operational plan needs to reflect how the employees of the car wash will make sure that the vehicles are queuing up as indicated in the plan, in the striped area, that somebody's monitoring that and ensuring that it's not a one row of vehicles awaiting car wash. It's actually 3 rows that you have indicated in the plan. So that needs to be reflected. Thank you for pointing that out. I also want to remind you that we also received a letter of objection from a neighbor. And it mostly seemed to be about some run-in this neighbor had with the operator with regards to parking on street. And again, this is a concern, is if you are reducing the number of parking spaces on site, please do not assume that you will have full control on all the parking spaces on street and also sometimes if you can park on the curb. Definitely no parking on the curb. And if you are parking on street, you cannot have any work being done on the curb cut. At the same time, it is not a space for you to put your dead vehicles there. That's not the intent of these. So you need to be very respectful of your neighbors and their needs, and that on-street parking is for public, for everyone to use. It's not for a sole business operator to use that facility. Any questions or comments? Okay. Let's go to the next case.
Continued hearings, calendar number 2023-03BZ, 519 Jerome Street, Brooklyn.
Sorry, I'm just putting. Okay. So the last hearing on this application was held on October 31st, and the outstanding element was the e-finding. And we had asked the application to consider looking at modifying the waiver. We also received a DOB objection with regards to the correct zoning resolution section for side yard waiver. Now, the applicant is proposing instead of waiving the planting requirement, the applicant is proposing to waive the parking requirement. and applicant has not submitted a revised DOB objection. That will be provided shortly. I checked and I didn't see anything. So maybe after this hearing, we should see one. So the applicant also revised the plan and is continuing to propose a 3 dwelling unit with 1 parking space. The applicant needs to dimension the parking area and the planting area and needs to ensure that the revised plan will meet the open space requirement of 25% pursuant to zoning resolution section 23-142. And prior zoning chart did not reference it, so please take note on that. I think the planting area calculation was provided and on the plan, but it should correspond with the proposed planting area. So it wasn't quite, there was a little bit of a mismatch. So I know we had a lot of discussion at the last hearing, whether it should be 2 dwelling unit or 3 dwelling unit. Board had asked for some backup information, and the applicant did provide a land use map showing a concentration of the number of dwelling units, and there is a mix of all building typology. There are 1 family homes, 2 families, and there are 3 and multifamily homes in this area. So I do not have any comments. I'm okay with a 3 family dwelling unit. And, either way, whether it's a 2 family or a 3 family, because of the way the zoning requirement is for this site, a side yard waiver would be required. It's a question of the amount of the width that would need to be waived. So I'm fine with a 3 dwelling unit. Regarding the question of whether it should be a parking waiver or a planting waiver, I know I had suggested that I would prefer as a policy, parking waiver over planting, because I think having more green and having more pervious surface is better for the water table and better for the environment. And given its proximity to 3 subway lines, or possibly 4, if you are willing to walk 1 extra block, I think 1 parking space would be okay. Though I did the Google Street View as a way to see how much parking is being provided in the abutting buildings. And it's a mixed bag. Again, some are providing, I would say most of them are providing, some are not providing. So I would like to hear from the commissioners as to where they fall on that. And I could go either way. But like I said, as a policy, I prefer parking as a reduction in this case specifically, given its proximity. So, but overall, I'm satisfied with the application. We just need some additional information to, the statement of fact would have to be revised based on the discussion we have. Based on the discussion we have, we may need a new DOB objection for the parking, or we may not. We may just revert to the planting. But either way, I think those are details that can be finalized, but we need to get to some of the basic threshold. Vice Chair Shpeta.
Thank you, Chair. I too am okay with the 3 family. I found that according to their statement and their submission, there's 43 3 family homes in their catchment area. I was satisfied with that. I agree with your remaining comments. I understand why this particular, for certain, being that is so close to mass transit, the parking waiver would make sense over a planting waiver, but I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I was satisfied with the study on the number of 3-family homes within the 400-foot radius. While there are only 18 3+ family homes within the 400-foot radius, just across the street, there are an additional 19 3+ family homes. And so therefore, while the prevailing housing type is 1- and 2-family homes, there are enough 3-family homes that this would not be giving an undue advantage to this applicant. So I think they justified their need for 3-family homes. And as for whether or not to have the parking waiver versus the planting waiver, I'm in favor of granting the parking waiver because they are so close to public transportation.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the application. I see the submission was convincing. Regarding the waiver, I see now that they are going with a side yard and parking, and they walked away from the planting waiver, and I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I am satisfied with it being with the side yard waiver. I personally prefer a planting waiver over a parking waiver, given that the street when I went was full of cars, and if you are gonna add density on the higher end of the neighborhood, I think that as a person who street parks, I can say that it is a very difficult thing when it's already full and then you add more density to a neighborhood and you don't provide the parking. I understand, I am all for the efforts of the city to move towards less cars, but in reality, there are cars, and in a neighborhood, in these further neighborhoods, sometimes there are more cars, and that's why they're zoned this way. So I don't object overall to the project, but my personal preference is that we would go with the planting waiver and not waive the parking, as there also were community objections based on the crowded parking already. So that's my piece. I won't stand in the way of the variance because I understand and appreciate everyone else's concerns, and that's all I have to say.
So
I find that convincing.
I think that's a good argument. So if I seem to, can you pull up the plan?
Yes. Where is it? Okay, it's the January 4th plan.
Thank you.
Mhm,
I should say, can you please put up the plan?
of course, Madam Chair.
We are taught to say please, and I forgot.
I think this is,
Ground floor plan, please.
yeah, this is option B. Let me see.
I think, yeah, it's this one with the parking waiver. And if I seem to remember, I think all the 3 floors have 2-bedroom dwelling units, right?
So here's first floor and second.
Yeah, so
floor.
I want to focus on the first floor. Is it at all possible to provide a garage on the inside where that 1-bedroom is? And will there be enough space for that corridor to be handicap accessible?
I mean, you'd have to reconfigure the bathroom probably, but I believe you could
I
make.
mean, you don't need 2 bathrooms then. If it's 1-bedroom unit, you don't need 2 bathroom fixtures.
That's true. I think the bedroom right now is 8 by approximately 20.
Mhm.
So roughly the size of a parking space. You may widen the garage slightly, which would, maybe you'd need to move the sprinkler closet, but that would go perhaps where the walk-in closet would be. I think it's possible. I think you'd have to shift this bathroom slightly so that you could maintain your 5-foot clearance at the approach to the unit,
Okay.
but that seems possible.
Right. Yeah, you could use the bathroom that's next to that bedroom and move the washer dryer where the other bathroom is. So this way you can widen that corridor. That would be one way. Right?
Yes.
So there might be a way to strike a balance where you not only not have to get a planting waiver, but also not a parking waiver, and yet provide 3 family units. Only thing is that you will have 2 units that are 2 bedrooms and 1 unit that is 1 bedroom.
Right.
Um,
And I think
So-
to some extent, this, to me, has to do with the E-finding.
Okay.
Is the parking waiver necessary in order to be made whole on this site? I think the side yard waiver is.
The parking, you're saying there is a way to accommodate it.
I believe so.
Okay, I think there is a solution, so if the applicant can, and I do appreciate the applicant making these revisions, and if the applicant is listening in, please come to the hearing with a response so that we can fast track this. Thank you. Okay. Next
Nobody
case.
else street parks, huh?
Hmm?
Nobody else street parks, huh?
I used to.
The next case is on the BZ calendar, continued hearings, calendar number 2023-48 BZ, 7509 Shore Road, Brooklyn.
Okay. The initial hearing on this application was held on November 28, and board wanted more clarification regarding the programmatic need and the classroom space that's proposed on the roof. The applicant has submitted its response, and the pedagogy of the school and the need for various classroom sizes was satisfactorily responded to. With regards to the revised plan and the reduction in scope, the applicant is responded to, I would say primarily to the community board's concern to provide some kind of a continuous green space along Shore Road. And the applicant has done so by moving actually reducing the footprint of the gym building a little bit by about 3 foot or so to allow for a 3 foot continuous open space, green strip, along Shore Road. So, and I think this does kind of strike a balance between providing the need for a continuous open space fronting Shore Road, which is what the community wanted, while allowing for a minimum footprint for a regulation size gym. So I'm quite satisfied with that. I know the DOT review is not complete, but DOT's letter from 120, I think January 2nd, had additional comments, and those need to be looked at, and it may would require revising the site plan. Specifically, the DOT comments are that a minimum width of 17 foot 6 inches of sidewalk be maintained along Shore Road, which would require elimination of some of the greenery that is outside of the zoning lot abutting the property line. The applicant needs to indicate on the plan the existing curb cut on the Shore Road, and if that is going to be restored, if it needs to be restored to the full height, and a note needs to be added to the plan accordingly. I have to say, I didn't even realize there was an existing curb cut. So please do indicate that and indicate that that's going to be restored. I don't know to what extent DOT has provided comments regarding the curb cuts, the ramps at the intersection of the street be upgraded to ADA. I know recently we are seeing DOT asking applicants to do that. So there is a standard. There might be a standard set of notes, or there might be a specific set of notes for this site. Whatever that note is, DOT is going to require those need to be incorporated into the plans. And also on the plan indicate the area where no standing school days 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. is going to be provided. Also, I found the drawings helpful. It was broken up into phase 1, phase 2. I found that very helpful. All of these are it's in the right direction. I still have a question with this regarding the classroom on the roof. So the maximum occupancy of the roof classroom will be 50, and it's likely to exceed 75. That is based on the applicant statement. And the hours of the rooftop use would range from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And in addition to that, there'll be 4 rooftop activities for parents every year, which could be used for social gatherings, fundraising, and that the applicant states that there won't be any sound enhancing equipments or bright lights or music. Now, the enrollment is estimated to peak at 250, and applicant is stating that the maximum number of students who would be using the rooftop classroom would be 75. So if you add up the occupancy for each of the rooftop area built after phase two would be totaling 354. So I definitely do not see the justification for allowing a classroom to extend into both the rooftops. I think it can be contained in one of the roof, and that can be in the phase one roof, because then the classroom would be a rooftop classroom will be totally available from first phase onwards. And then you do not have to go to phase two. And also, regarding the social gathering on the roof, my question is, where are they held today? Are they held outdoors or are they held indoors? Are they held in the open street areas where the open activities are held, or are they held indoors? So while I do see this being an absolutely gem and of a site and an attractive site to hold social gatherings for fundraisings, that is not what the intent is for these spaces. It has to be directly related to the classrooms, the school education, and the pedagogy of the school. So I am not convinced about allowing such large gatherings to happen, and therefore needing both the rooftop areas to accommodate 354 people. It needs to be contained only in one of the buildings. And I think phase one building, the existing building rooftop, would be sufficient, because that would also eliminate the need for the waiver for the building height to accommodate the ramp connecting the phase two rooftop. So those are my recommendations. But I think it's moving in the direction, and if this can be addressed at today's hearing, I think we would be very close to putting a closure on this. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your statements with regard to the rooftop and have no further comments.
Okay. And you are satisfied with the changes?
I am.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I agree with your statement.
Commissioner Otley Brown, could you speak closer to the mic, please?
I agree with your statement that containing the rooftop classrooms to the phase one portion of the roof makes sense, especially since they're supposedly capping it at 75 students per time. There really is no need for the excess space. However, given that phase one rooftop space alone can accommodate 173 people, and given that the BSA is not going to have such close oversight over this site once the variance is granted, they need to think about some sound attenuation on the rear portion of that space to buffer it from the residences behind the school. And so that's my suggestion for that. And I also have I had a question that is still outstanding, because one of the ways in which I figure out whether or not this is the minimum variance is I usually compare the gross square footage at the subject school, the gross square footage per student, to those of surrounding schools in the area. And I requested that last hearing, and I have not received it yet.
That's right. Yes. Yes, please do provide that information. Yes, and I agree with you with regards to the sound attenuation. We just discussed the fingerboard, and in that the play area is going to be is more than 30 feet, 40 feet from the nearest residential. And even in that, we are asking for some kind of sound attenuation. And this is in a much denser part of the city that would be located on the roof. And I agree, we are not going to monitor, nobody will be monitoring. So why create an issue where already the neighborhood has expressed concern about these factors? And I think the way the phase one is built, on one side of the street, you have pretty much all the bulkheads. So you already have your buffers. The only place where that buffer would be needed would be along the residential lot line that is behind the building, parallel to Shore Roadway. I'm forgetting the cross street that it's on. So I think that's where it would be needed, and it can be between where the elevator bulkhead is and the other mechanical space providing enough gap for fire department to access it. And also the parapet height, it needs to be 2 feet from the parapet, so that it's not considered. I think it's probably well within the building envelope, so maybe that's not an issue. Maybe in this case, that's something, given how, no, but it's the FAR. It's the FAR factor, so it needs to be moved, right, Commissioner Yoon?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
The parapet, location of the attenuation from the parapet wall,
Needs
it's
to be-
for the FAR part of it.
Yes,
So it has to be moved 2 feet from it for it to be not counted towards.
if it's higher than a certain height. This was one of my questions is,
Right now, they're not proposing anything,
Yeah.
and there has to be something.
right,
And I think this may also be an issue at DEP, so you're better off providing the noise attenuation to ease that process, I would say. Thank you, Commissioner Otley Brown. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I was satisfied with the submission. I also do believe that the sound attenuation is a good idea and providing some buffer as well. So, yeah,
And what?
providing some buffer.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
okay, thank you. I'm gonna share screen and go through a couple of questions that I have. Okay, so we're looking at the previous, let me just disable, hide. Wait.
Is this the latest submission?
No, this is the prior. This is from November 13th.
Right,
At least according to our files, this is phase 1.
right.
And I just want to note the bulkhead that's shown on top of the gymnasium is at datum 29.48. It is now at 32, so it's grown a little bit.
Oh,
I know that this happens sometimes when you finally do the mechanical coordination, and sometimes you need higher fences to screen your larger equipment. I would love for the applicant to clarify why this is growing. It also grows in phase 2. You can see where it was before and where it is now. The
that,
thing is,
sorry, I want to piggyback on what you just pointed out. They need to also make sure that this is a permitted obstruction.
right, and they attest to that in the plans. And while that may be true, you are building in the front yard setback. So all of the bulk that's in the front yard zone is technically not as of right, not a permitted obstruction. I understand that it is a permitted obstruction otherwise, but I would appreciate an effort to move that bulkhead back from the street line so that the street wall that should technically be behind that front yard line that we are discussing during this variance, at least the top of it, this growing mechanical bulkhead, is set back from that street wall by as much as possible, ideally to the front yard line. The stair bulkhead, you can see here, also will pop up in the elevation, but is going to be lower, it looks like. And I know that reconfiguring the stair is a much bigger ask. So I'm not personally asking for the stair bulkhead to be moved, but I do think the mechanical equipment and its screen can be pushed back so it's further away from the street wall.
Right, and especially if the rooftop is not going to be, I think so far, what about the rooftop classroom? Do you have any comments on that?
I think that what you're proposing makes sense, to consolidate it to one, to get rid of the ramps that are part of the height variance.
Okay.
It seems to clean it up quite a bit. I love that they can provide outdoor space for students, but if it's able to be consolidated, which seems appropriate for the student body, then that certainly makes more sense and can help us with some of these bulk concerns that I have along Shore Road.
Exactly, that's really where, that would allow them to reconfigure the bulkhead in a way that it can be set back.
I think it can be done even if they keep the classroom, because the classroom is big and you can see where the equipment is. I'm not sure if that's scaled or, fully fleshed out at this point, but there's no need to have such an imposing street wall within that front yard setback zone.
And this is, you're specifically talking about the bulkhead that's at the corner of Shore Road.
Yes,
And-
I'm talking specifically about this one. And I didn't notice it as much last time because it was shorter. And I think as it grows and you see this large metal wall or metal screen, I think it'd be appropriate for it to be further from view.
Okay,
But I'd love to hear the applicant discuss, options and a response to that.
thank you. Let's go to the last case of the day.
New cases on the BZ calendar, calendar number 2023-39-BZ 163-69 24th Road, Queens.
Okay, so we received proof of service of initial filing and hearing notice. Community Board has unanimously approved this project. This is an application for a variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-21 to develop an as-of-right one-family residential home contrary to yard requirements. The applicant is basically seeking a waiver of front yard and side yard. This is a highly irregular site and a very small site, I would say. And I think this is the kind of zoning district where these kind of waivers absolutely are warranted. It's a triangular site which has frontage on 3 streets. So therefore front yard is requirement on 3 frontages. And given that the lot area is so small with all the requirements of front yard, it really leaves very little footprint for an as-of-right residential building, which the applicant has demonstrated successfully. And the applicant has gone through the uniqueness study. I agree, the site is totally unique. With regards to the neighborhood character, what's interesting, because it has 3 frontages, you have to pick one frontage to be the main frontage, right? And in this case, I went to the site and I think applicant chose wisely the 166th Street. Because on that block front, pretty much all the homes are fronting 166th Street, and especially on that block, which is also an irregular block, except for one home, all the homes are fronting on 166th Street, and they are set back from the 166th Street front yard. So this building is trying to be responsive to that context and setting it back and to allow for a minimum footprint. It's therefore requesting a reduction in the front yard that would be along Francis Lewis Boulevard. Similarly, because it's a triangular site and there are 3 frontages, the corner would get a lot of traffic for vehicles that are going to make the turns to go to Francis Lewis or vehicles coming from Francis Lewis. And therefore, the applicant is, having a triangular edge there is not really going to result in any utilization of any space. So requesting a setback. Overall, I think the distance between the proposed building and the abutting existing building is sufficient. And so I think the side yard waiver that the applicant is requesting is justified. So from a neighborhood character point of view, I felt the proposed building is very, very thoughtful and responsive to its context, and it meets all 5 findings thereby. The ask was minimal, if I didn't state that. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I too found that this application meets all 5 findings. It is clearly a unique site with physical restraints that cause a financial hardship. I was satisfied with the uniqueness study. I believe that this is a minimal ask and it's quite reasonable. I have no further comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I felt this was a reasonable request, given the hardship.
Again, Commissioner Otley Brown, if you could speak closer to the mic.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
think what I'm gonna have to do going forward is shift my position so I'm directly in front of a mic, because that's what's the problem is that me and Vice
maybe-
Chair are sharing a mic
I
and
think-
forgetting to shift
Right,
it
so I
back
think
and
maybe
forth.
during the public hearing, maybe we can all just move.
Yeah,
one
we just have to
over.
plug in the
Yeah,
spare.
we can include we can add
We just
I'll
gotta-
have Carlo add a new.
There's no
There's a
place to put it for me. That's the whole problem. I'm sitting
Okay.
in front of
All
a,
right, let's
Yeah.
figure it out during the break.
yeah, so I think that this is a reasonable request, given the unique hardship of the shape of this lot. And so I have no further questions. I'm satisfied with the project as is.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the application. I do believe that it meets the 5 findings. The only thing I saw is they haven't submitted a FEMA map. If there is none, there is none. Please submit an index. If there is, please submit one. And they said the site is not in flood zone, and I do believe that makes sense. as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, so they just need to, you want the, okay. All right, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I believe that the applicant also had a prior design where they were asking for 2 front yard waivers. And they went to the community board, and based on the comments there, they responded by setting back then on 166th and not asking for the front yard waiver on that street, and then going for the side yard waiver instead. So it does seem like the applicant has been very responsive and sensitive to the context. Typically, I would ask for a larger neighborhood context study of side yards and front yards, given that you're asking for both of these, but there's a diagram in the statement of facts that we'll accept as that context study on this case because of its particular site. I just don't want that to be deemed as some precedent for not needing to provide the side yard or front yard studies on future similar variance cases. Otherwise, I'm satisfied with this case.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so this was a very long review session. I think our public hearing may be longer, so I would suggest we take a break till 12 o'clock. Do you want to do that? Just a 10-minute. It's
Oh,
we're at
10, it's already 11:47?
Yeah.
Okay.
10 minutes. It'll get us to 12 o'clock.
Mhm.
So let's take a break and resume at 12 o'clock. And after that, around 1-ish, should we take a lunch break?
Let's see how
Let's
it's going.
How it's going? Yeah, okay. Okay, all right. So 12 o'clock,
extremely expensive.
There's
in the
one right
middle.
now. There's one. now
Okay,
that's-
board member.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Prenga, we are live and live streaming. You may proceed with the public hearing.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for January 23rd, 2024. We will begin with the special order calendar, continued hearings. Calendar number 2021-56BZ 337 through 349 and 351 through 357 39th Street, Brooklyn. So Fayan has raised her hand. I'll let her in.
Bring her in.
Okay.
Anyone else from your end, Ms. Badan?
I think Katya and Kevin.
Okay, Kevin, and
I think Nasser, I'm sorry, Commissioner Sheta and Chair, your videos are not on.
oh,
Thank you.
sorry, thank you.
Hi, Fayan. Is anyone else in the team besides Kevin and Katya?
Ownership might be, I'm just checking right now, Kurt Briggs and Steven here. There's Steven
Stephen
Fischler.
Fischler
Yeah,
has his
he's
hand.
first. Perfect. Everyone else should be here.
Okay. So can everyone please, if everyone is here, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
You may proceed and please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Fayan Batan from Sheldon Loeb LPC for the applicant. We attended this morning's review session. I know there were limited comments. We're still waiting for DOT and DEP sign off. So before I turn it over to Kaya and Kevin to discuss the environmental review and where we stand on that, I do want to clarify that we did have an executive community board meeting this past Thursday night. It was with some of leadership of various committees on the community board. We discussed the addition of the school. There were some general questions, but there wasn't opposition raised, just some further clarification. I do not know if there's going to be a public hearing on this matter for the community board, but we did at least speak to some of the committees. So they are aware of the application.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then regarding DOT and DEP review, I'll just turn it over to Kevin and or Kaya.
Hi, this is Kevin Williams from GZA Geoenvironmental. Please forgive me if there's some background noise. I'm in the halls of City Council at this time. So I just wanted to respond to some of the chair's questions regarding DEP, air and noise in particular. So we have hazmat sign out from DEP, and I believe that the chair characterized correctly that the existing conditions are not substantially different from the previous application. The only modification difference is that we include the traffic generation of proposed middle school in the background analysis for both air and noise, which did not ultimately change the results of the analysis. So it's basically the same chapters, the same noise exposures, the same air quality considerations that were understood in the previous application. So we're hoping that that will truncate the DEP review, and we understand that they have quite the backlog, but that's the circumstance on that end. There was another question regarding the commitment letter. And yes, we will be issuing a commitment letter once we are wrapping up, or DOT wraps up their review of our analysis. And I'll let Katya perhaps introduce Katya Bavendum from GZA, my colleague, to characterize, I think the chair had a question about the nature of the comments from DOT, and I think she can address that better than I.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Katya Bhavnam with GZA, the transportation planner. So while the comments from DOT were quite.
Sorry, there's a background noise, so it's a little difficult to hear you. Maybe there's something called original sound on and off. Maybe that can, I don't know if your original sound is on or not.
I'm not sure.
There's a background shuffle, a muffling noise that's happening, so we can't hear you clearly.
How's that? Is that better?
Yes, much better.
Okay, great. Okay, so I addressed the DOT comments. So while they were quite substantial in nature in terms of lengthy and many comments, many of them were about methodology, sort of tedious of nature. All of them have been addressed, and the outcome of the analysis did not substantially change. It was just quite a bit of backup data that they requested and changing our methodology for the existing traffic data. But all in all, we were able to address everything, and the revised analysis has gone out to DOT.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I
Madam,
think those address the question.
sorry. Yeah, I think we need the sign off from DOT and DEP, as you well know, on the because that is part of the finding for us to be able to even close it. That's really where the holdup is. And then whatever changes that needs to be accommodated as a result of that in the plan based as a note or something, and of course the commitment letter. But those are easier fixes, but we need DOT and DEP to complete their review. Okay. My only suggestion with regards to the air quality and noise, I know, Mr. Williams, you're very thorough and detailed on these matters. I hope the document that you provided lays out that comparison and the change of use, which is an addition of a school, and the resulting mobile source and noise from that additional school traffic. And the comparison and how whether that results or not has been clearly laid out, and what was analyzed 2 years ago.
Yeah, me too. I hope it's direct enough. I think it should be. The changes are very modest, but I'm with you.
Okay. All right. Any questions or comments for the applicant?
The only question I have is with regard to the community board. Is there any update? Are they going to have a meeting?
I think that's what Ms. Batan was. They have not. They did meet with the executive committee, but they do not have a conclusive response as to whether public hearing will be held or not. Am I correct, Ms.
That is
Batan?
correct. That is correct.
I'll reach out again myself as well.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I know you're, Ms. Prenga, you're on top of it. So thank you, appreciate it.
Should we go to the public?
Okay, let's go to the public then.
The application that we are currently discussing is calendar number 2021-56BZ, 337 to 349 and 351 through 357 39th Street, Brooklyn. If you would like to provide testimony on this application, you may join this webinar via Zoom. The webinar ID is 845-5467-5917. The passcode is 161854. Or you may dial in via telephone at 646-558-8656. Once you are in the Zoom room, you may press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute once you have been admitted into the hearing room.
I don't see anybody's hands raised yet. Okay. And the DOT comments were submitted this week, right?
It was yesterday.
Okay, all right.
We're just still waiting for the initial DEP comments for air quality and noise. So any correspondence from the board would be greatly appreciated in order to try to get those comments, because the school is, of course, under a lot of pressure to hopefully get an approval and build out, especially in construction during the time when school is not in session. So we're very limited in timing. So any
We
extra
fully-
assistance with the board.
We fully understand that. Though my understanding is already the middle school is operating from this site. Right.
They're incubating on
Right.
part of the classrooms, but the new proposal would include a gymnasium and a library and, and test the additional floors. They're currently within the BSA, the previously granted space, which is the lower floors.
Okay. Yeah. We hear your timeline and concerns completely.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Like I
Okay,
said,
the time is up. I'm sorry.
thank you.
For the public.
What I would suggest is just work very closely with, I know you do, Ms. Patan, and so does Ms. Pranga, work closely and keeping, and figure out how close you're getting to the DOT, DEP, and I would say for now, maybe put a hold end of February. That will get us to the 30-day period. I don't know, how long does it take for DOT?
It's around 30 days, but we would have to check and see what their ETA is, I think would be the best path.
So, okay, let's discuss offline. I would suggest maybe putting a hold either end of February or early March. And
Okay.
hope that we would have all the necessary sign up from DOT, and maybe hopefully DEP. We are doing our best. And then we can move forward from that.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
What's your absolute deadline? Like, by when do you absolutely must?
Stephen?
This is Stephen Fischler for the applicant. We need to start in mid-March. The gymnasium and removing slab is complicated work and time limited because school is in session at the same time. We are going to have an issue completing and having a TCO for the expanded space before the new school year if we slip past mid-March.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you for giving me an idea of your timeline. All right,
Thank you.
thank you. We'll do our best. Okay, thank you. Next case, please.
Thank you. The next case is on the zoning BZ calendar. Continued hearings, calendar number 2021-85-BZ, 2310 Atlantic Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, this would be Elise. I'm letting her in. Is there anyone else?
Hi, I have a few other people here. There should be a David Dalmanian, Samantha maybe. They might be on this, and then an Arnold Montag.
And Joel Mealy?
Joel Mealy, yeah.
Okay.
David, Joel. And I think we're just missing the architect is Arnold Montag or Marlon. Oh, I see him. That's good.
I think everybody should be now in.
Yeah, I see him.
Okay. All right. You need to be sworn in. Ms. Pranga, please swear them in.
And please make sure your mics are on if you're being sworn in. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Elise, please raise your right hand. Oh, sorry, it was covered up. It was covered up by the light.
Yeah.
Um, sorry about that. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
You may proceed.
I
Please
do.
state your name for the record.
Elise Fullader from Eric Polanic PC. First, we want to say thank you so much for your comments and you trying to move this application forward. We really appreciate your review and we hope that we can all resolve this together now. I have Mr. David Dalmanian is the owner of the site. Mr. Montag is the architect and Mr. Mealy is going to be the engineer who's working on the spray booth. So we just have them just in case. We can add a note to the plans, whatever you suggest, that's no problem. And then we want to respectfully request potentially 18 months for obtaining the spray booth permits and et cetera. I have Joel here in case you have any questions on how it goes, but 3 agencies need to review the application and we don't know if it will be held up at any one of those 3 agencies.
And the note that will be added to the plan is regarding what?
The removal, you said you wanted to put maybe a timeline or something, a note, maybe clarify
More
what.
than that, actually, what I want is the trailer to be removed before even we vote on it. That's would be-
Before what? Sorry.
Before we vote on it, I want
Okay.
the trailer to be removed.
Okay.
Okay. And I'll be candid. The reason I want that before the vote, it is because I do not want it on the plan to be removed and then years go by and it does not get removed. It just needs to be removed. If it's not needed, remove it.
Okay, no
And I
problem.
do think by doing that, you actually get a little bit more space within your site to park your vehicles. And that can also address some of the curbside parking or on sidewalk parking. Whether or not you're doing it or not, it just gives you that flexibility. So,
okay.
So that's why I asked, what does it take to remove that trailer? And how long will it take? And I would like you to implement that. My recommendation would be to close today, but vote on it once you give me a timeline of when you're going to remove the trailer.
Okay, makes sense. Mr. Dalmanian, does that make sense to you?
Yes, I mean, I was, we're gonna have to, in cooperation with the operator, we're gonna have to get that removed. I mean, I was hoping that we wouldn't have to meet again or have a hearing again, but the intention is to remove the trailer and as soon as possible. I mean, I was gonna ask for a time, for some time to do that, but
How
as
much
soon as
time will
possible.
that be? How much time will that be? How much time will it need? 2 months, 1 month? I mean, it's a temporary structure, so there really is not, you don't need any permit from anybody. It's just getting something that drags it out and just.
Well,
snips-
yeah, I mean, just the logistics and just, having, because the operator's been inside there for years. He's gonna have to basically move everything and reset everything. I was gonna ask for 6 months, but if you can, if possible, just for him to basically reshuffle everything and then make arrangements and, for his laptops and everything and whatever the case may be.
So we could do I mean, I really don't like to keep a case on for 6 months after closing, because who knows what happens. I still don't understand why it will take so long, 6 months.
Be amenable to 3 months, that'd be okay?
3 months is more reasonable. And you just stated something that the operator has been using this space for such a long time. And that is the reason why we want that trailer to be removed, so that once we all walk away from this, we don't have to worry about the trailer.
Yes, I understand.
And you're in good grounds because you're operating fairly and squarely as per the approved terms and conditions that the board has placed. And your operator therefore also knows that he or she has to function as per the terms and conditions. So the
Yes.
headache is less on your end by doing this eventually.
I understand.
Okay. So, so 3 months to remove it and, take photos and, of the removal. And please do not just remove it with all the attachments of all the wires hanging there. Just make sure it's that space can be used for other purpose, which is for parking.
Right, well, that's why I asked for the.
Container has to be removed from the site. The container has to be removed from the site, disposed of somewhere. It cannot be sitting somewhere on the site saying, waiting for it to be picked up and removed. We have seen situations like that and then they get plugged back in. Please do not do that. And I know you're not going to do that, but I do not want any iota of any doubt being placed in this case.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
And then we'll update the plans to remove it. Once it's removed, it will also be removed on the plan.
Right, your plan would say, you can even revise the plan and say no trailer, that's it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. The other thing is, so it's the responsibility of the property owner to remove the trailer? Is that what I'm getting, Mr.?
Yes,
Daniel?
obviously, I'm gonna need the cooperation of the operator but yes, ultimately, yes.
Thank you, okay. Okay, okay. And it's whose responsibility to legalize the spray booth, the property owner or the operator?
The operator.
For the buyers for glass bottle. Would you have anything in your file or you want to give me
Okay.
the number?
Okay, any other questions or comments for the applicant and the team?
Yeah, they're gonna submit, we would like to get an update on the progress for the spray booth legalization when they submit. Like in 3
Right,
months.
so in 3 months' time, when you do submit, Commissioner Sheta wants an update on the status of the spray booth, because you have laid out a very detailed outline of the steps that would be taken to legalize the spray booth. So you can also provide an update at that time.
Yeah.
Months, some movement should have happened on that. And also, please provide a DEC printout of the petroleum tanks.
Okay,
Was asked at the previous hearing.
sorry if we missed that, I didn't recall.
Okay. And Vice Chair Shibata, did you just say that we have a sign off from,
We do have FDNY sign off.
okay,
Yeah, we received it as well, thank you.
all right. All right, great. And I do want to thank your team for going through this search. It was not easy, but I do appreciate all the research you did to put together as best as possible proof of continuous use.
Thank you.
If there aren't any questions at our end, I would like to open it up for public.
Case that we are discussing is calendar number 2021-85BZ. Address 2310 Atlantic Avenue, Brooklyn. If you would like to provide your testimony on this application, you may join in via Zoom. The webinar ID is 845-5467-5917. The passcode is 161845. Or you may dial in via telephone at 646-558-8656. You may press *9 to raise your hand once you're in the Zoom room, and then *6 to unmute.
Okay. So 3 months from now, to remove the trailer and provide photos of the trailer being removed and disposed from the site, and a revised plan and a progress report on the status of this legalization of spray booth.
Sounds good. Makes sense.
Okay. Was the architect's letter signed and sealed in this case?
The architect's letter, which letter?
I think this was a letter from an architect.
There was a letter from Joel about the spray booth, that letter?
Yes. I don't think it was signed and sealed, so if that can be revised.
Okay.
It was signed but not sealed.
It's signed, okay, sign is good enough. I'll take the signing.
Okay, I'm sorry, the time is up.
All right, thank you.
I
And
did, excuse me, I did find a printout that was submitted from the DEC. If I'm not sure if it's what you're looking for. I'm not sure. It was submitted on 3/9/2023.
Okay.
In the secret folder, I believe. Oh no, sorry, the application folder. I
Which,
would share it, but I don't seem to have the ability to share my screen.
Oh, I think I know what you
Oh, there,
mean.
okay.
Oh, okay. Was this it?
Yes. Is
Oh.
that what you're looking for?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we have it.
Yes.
Great.
Great. Thank you so much, because I didn't remember that.
It was in your cover letter too.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Benke. So you don't have to provide that. Great. So I'm going to make a motion to close.
Chair Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chubetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
So this application has been closed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And please take care of this as expeditiously as possible because we want your business to
Thank
continue.
you.
Good job and business. Okay, thank you.
I'd like to thank the chairperson and all of the members of the board for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Should we go to the next case? All right. Thank you.
The next case is also on the BZ calendar. Calendar number 2022-92 BZ, 950 West Fingerboard Road, Staten Island.
Mr. Goldstein, is there anyone here with you today?
It's just me.
Please raise your right hand when you're ready. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please proceed and state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. I heard the board's comments and I apologize. I really did think that I responded and was responsive, but apparently I missed some of the finer details in the prior hearing from the prior comments. And I'd like to address them in writing on the next submission because I don't think anything will be resolved today with regard to those comments. If
Yeah.
that's acceptable to the board.
Sure, I think what I hope you, we came across as trying to give constructive suggestions of revising the plan that is in keeping with the programmatic need statement, and that the use that is being proposed stays true to what is being proposed as part of the programmatic need, and keeping in mind the neighborhood character.
Understood.
And those are the two factors that really is concerning the board, and all the comments and suggestions that's been made. And we have been making this suggestion. I think maybe we were not clear in the prior one as to why, but I hope today's hearing was pretty clear for all of us, and to you and whoever from your end, your client is listening, as to why we're asking for it. And you know, the information that you have provided, especially with regards to the utilization, was very helpful. And the examples you provided was very helpful. And keeping that in mind, you know, when the board approves a case and those examples are used by prospective practitioners to cite how the board has consistently approved something of a class size of certain thing. Similarly, this particular case may also be used by a future practitioner making that same argument.
No, it's understood. It was well received.
Yeah, I hope you can understand why we are pushing back on that. And we recognize the need and we want you to be able to fulfill that, but it can be done in a much lesser footprint.
We will work on the plans. I heard the comments and it's well received. Thank you.
And just for the record and for the applicant, I just want to recapitulate. There were questions about the utilization of the cellar space under the dormitory, questions about parking with respect to curb cuts, the amount of parking in the western lot, buffering and pedestrian paths, and then the configuration of the recreation area.
Understood. I have it. Yeah.
And the shul and the.
Yeah, we'll work with staff to make sure that we address those comments, all of the comments sufficiently before our next submission.
And
and another thing, please make sure all documents and drawings remove the reference to the term school.
Yeah, we did that. So
I believe it's still a new statement of facts.
Okay, I'll change it in the statement of facts. We made all the changes in the plans, I think. So we'll get us and the board will, by the time we're done with this, we'll all have it correct.
Okay.
And then I believe the chair had one question that you might be able to answer now about whether the size of the midrash was larger than necessary.
Oh, so I was going to discuss it in writing, but I can discuss it now. It was a comment from the vice chair, but also a comment from Commissioner Sheta. Commissioner Sheta mentioned that in my statement of facts, I said that it was larger than necessary. I don't think that's what I said, but I may have misquoted. My statement is that while we're providing more than the 15 square feet per person, this is the minimum square footage that based on our programmatic need, we feel is necessary for the base medrash, and that the number of occupants is tied to that square footage, which directly ties to Madam Chair, your comment. The base medrash didn't change and the occupancies didn't change. We've had a chart throughout that showed the occupancy based on 15 square feet per person, which is building code. The next column over showed what the proposed number was. The base medrash, as we discussed at the last hearing, when you put in the furniture, which we showed, when you put in the bookcases, when we discuss all of the religious furniture beyond the actual desks and chairs, it does reduce the floor area. When I did an analysis of this room is really used as a classroom. These students are interacting. It's not a prayer room where you just go sit in your seat and face forward and pray. It's a very lively interaction. So 20 square feet, it works based on almost like a regular classroom. We're providing based on the number of people in the room, 22 square feet per person. So I don't believe that the room itself is excessive for that size.
Right.
For the based on the
I
program.
think I'm questioning the 22 square foot per person. I understand the pedagogical part of the part of it, but I still think it's too generous. And again, given the precedents and other cases, and we have reviewed some similar kind of school where there's a predominance of religious educational component. And even in those, I don't think we have seen 22 per square foot. I've seen 15 per square foot. I clearly remember one project. I think it may have been one of your cases.
It's entirely possible. I'm not, right, I'm not questioning the board. What I can do though also is, I want to dimension the bookcases and dimension the arc and dimension the center table, which is known as the bima. It'll also reduce the number, and I'll give you the accurate number of the net square foot per person, and we'll see if that arrives at the same number.
I think, Mr. Goldstein, we are asking you to reduce the size of the Beige Madras. That's what we're asking you to do. If not 15 square foot, something's closer to that, but definitely 22 is way generous, and it needs to be reduced.
Right.
Okay.
Commissioner Shetta, what you're showing is,
I don't want us to go back and forth with the argument. I want the project to go forward. I want the project to go forward.
That's fine. I wasn't arguing, Madam Chair. Commissioner Shetta shared his screen, and that's what I was just saying.
Yes,
that I'll clarify it.
I just wanted to say I didn't quote your statement. I just quoted your response to the latest set of comments dated January 5th. And it's clear that what I indicated during the review session is exactly quoted from your response.
I think Commissioner Shetta, point taken. Mr. Goldstein he is going to respond to the reason, and I think the direction that we are giving him is to reduce the size of the.
I do also have like some visual on the parking and the like the recreational area, if the board want to take a look at
This
them.
is your recommendation?
That's what I'm thinking. Probably like a wider buffer here because of the residential down here, and then probably compress this paved area, increase the buffer by at least another 10 feet. Same thing on the other side, and flip the parking spots, and instead of the street, make them on the other side. That's what I'm thinking of.
That's a
On the recreational, and instead of this part here, probably move it to there. It's gonna increase the distance to the residential a little bit, and probably that would help mitigate the noise.
Yeah,
Understood.
so I think thank you, Commissioner Shetta, for doing this. I do not like the board to design every aspect of it, but I think what you're hearing from all the board members here is that there needs to be more buffering from the parking area to the abutting Finger Broad and the residential component, especially when you do not need so much of the parking area. The western parking lot, as Commissioner Shetta pointed out, you want to reduce the amount of impermeable surface. That would also address your reduction in cost for the stormwater. That was a very good suggestion. And with regards to the recreation space, that's a suggestion, but I think the factor that we said is just please make sure wherever you provide that outdoor recreation space, it is well buffered and far away from the residential so that it does not result in a noise issue. And if you're and recommends some kind of a buffering, combination of buffering of plants and noise, or based on the location and the size and the orientation. Though, and I thank you, Commissioner Shetta, for doing this, but I think there are all these other factors they need to analyze. And I don't want them to kind of go by what we are saying and then
I didn't mean
by
to
DEP
design it.
saying this can be an issue, that can be an issue. But thank
I
you.
didn't mean to design it for them. I just meant to like put a
Yeah, I
suggestion.
understand.
Commissioner, the illustration is helpful. The illustration is helpful, Madam Chair. We understand the direction that the board's giving us, and we'll, taking this into account, taking the board's comments into account, we'll endeavor to answer the comments fully.
And I would also add to that in terms of cost saving that Commissioner Shetta is proposing with regards to reducing the drainage by reducing the asphalt. Commissioner Yoon also suggested that you probably don't need a full length basement. You can minimize some of the digging by providing crawl space where possible and provide basement where probably the ground kind of slopes down further away. And this also reduces the cost, and therefore you just have just about the storage space that you need, because as pointed out by Commissioner Yoon, that's quite a generous amount of storage space that's being proposed. So again, that reduces your cost of construction and addresses many of our concerns. So please.
Also, the walkway issue from the street to all the way to.
Right, so those are details in the drawings. I think this is a complex site plan, so those are the details you need to put in, the walkway from the.
Right, understood.
And all the connection and dimension each one of them. And then you need a separate landscaping plan indicating where the landscaping would be, the depth of those, width of those landscape bed, type of planting that's going to be provided, that. All of those lighting plan, if there are any, so I think those are the additional details that need to be provided.
Okay, understood.
And please update the EAS with the requested noise analysis, and we'll have to inform, of course, DEP and DOT of any changes to the site plans.
Right, I'm gonna check with Hiram what would need to be changed, but we'll update it accordingly. I also know that we're waiting on responses from DEP and DOT on our submission, so we'll work with the board to schedule and figure out how best to approach getting more information to them.
And I do want to thank your team for reducing the terrace area that was around the shoot. That was a change that did happen, but
we did endeavor to be responsive. I mean, Commissioner Sheth, I appreciate the compliment. We did endeavor to be responsive. We understand the board's comments, and we'll try to respond accordingly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the public then.
Sorry, I didn't know I was muted. The application that we are discussing is calendar number 2022-92BZ, address 950 West Fingerboard Road, Staten Island. If you wish to provide testimony on this application, you may join the Zoom webinar. The webinar ID is 845-5467-5917. The passcode is 161854. Or you may dial in via telephone at 646-558-8656. You may press *9 once you're in the Zoom room and *6 to unmute in order to provide the testimony.
Mr. Goldstein, how long will it take for you to make these changes?
It'll take a couple of weeks. So if we can have the end of March, that hearing.
End of March hearing, okay.
March 25th hearing would be, I think, sufficient.
Okay. Yeah. Please, if there's anything that we may, I think our comments have been consistent from the very beginning.
I'm going to work very closely with staff just to make sure that we have it all.
And if you have any questions.
Yeah, before I start redesigning anything, I'm going to work with staff to make sure we're going in the right direction.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. I would hope that the next hearing would be the hearing where we see that plan that we want, and that would address all the findings. And then all we need is then all the other sign up for the environmental.
God willing.
Okay.
The time has run out.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Good to see you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you. The next,
okay, yes, next case, please.
Okay. The next application is calendar number 2022-95BZ, 1249 Sutter Avenue, Brooklyn.
This would be Nasir Khanzada and Divakar Gupta.
I think they're joining.
Yeah, I think I just.
Please turn on your cameras.
I was just invited. This is Chris Wright. I think I'm on the wrong item here. My,
Sorry, that was a mistake. I may have done it by mistake.
That yours is the next application, Mr. Wright. So for calendar number 2022-95 BZ 1249 Sutter Avenue, Brooklyn. I see a screen with Nasir Khanzada and two individuals on the screen. Is there anyone else in your team?
Yes, the owner and the operators for the site are here.
And what are their names and are they in the Zoom room?
On the Zoom room. Can you enable it?
Can you ask them to raise the Zoom hand?
Yeah.
I think I see them. I think we.
Let me turn the camera on for them.
They're in.
They're in?
Yep.
Yeah, the camera's there.
I see another Nasir Khanzada
Okay,
camera and it has two other individuals.
I see. And could you please state your name?
Well, first we'll be sworn in. Is everyone here? Oh, there's more. There's more. Okay. Okay, so there are 6 individuals in this team right now?
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay, will all 6 raise their hand? Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Okay, you may proceed and please state your name for the record. Thank
Nasir Khanzada.
Oh, there's an echo going on. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Nasir Khanzada, I'm the applicant.
Deepak Gupta, also for the applicant.
Are you all in the same room?
Yes.
Okay. So who are the others? Please introduce.
Aurangzeb Bhatti, owner, property owner.
What's your name?
Aurangzeb Bhatti, owner.
Okay. And
Kenson Thomas, the operator, SAS Auto Repairs.
Car wash.
okay.
If you could just please mute while not speaking, I think we're getting some feedback.
Yes. Armando Portillo, car wash.
Thank you.
Shut everybody go.
All right, proceed, Mr. Khanzada. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate it. And I read the board, I heard the board comments. Most of we agree to everything except we have one thing that we have to discuss with you. The worker will go one by one.
Okay, so for the timeline for repairs, the curb cut is actually being on Euclid Avenue is actually being removed today. We can stripe the parking and indicate that the lanes for the car wash next month in February. We'll fix all the signs. Actually, most of the signs have already been taken down in the next month as well. We will remove the framework that the mounted sign was on as well in February. And we'll install the trench drain along the sidewalk along Dosher Street in February as well. So all next month. And then the in-ground planting will be installed in the spring, so in April.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Aurangzeb, for making these changes. This site has been a problematic site. You may have taken ownership in that format, but I appreciate you taking the effort of fixing it and correcting it. And please keep it that way, because you are you have neighbors who have expressed grievances in terms of the way the site is appearing and functioning. And also, we recently received an objection letter about some scuffle that happened between the operator and the neighbor. So, we all need to live together and work together. So just be mindful of that, and treat this as your own backyard of your home, and keep it nice and clean and beautiful. And I'm glad to hear that things are progressing, the improvements are progressing pretty quickly, and hopefully it will be maintained also by all of you. Especially with regards to the car operation, I want your statement, operational plan, to be a little bit more revised, to provide more clarity as to how the operator of the car wash will make sure that the queuing is happening in the way it's shown in the plan. It does not end up being a one-line queue, because we want to minimize any backup onto the street. So how would that be done? How many people would be assigned at a peak time to make sure the cars are moving in those areas, and they're being moved around? So you don't have to answer that, but talk it amongst yourself and provide a revised operational plan with regards to that, how that would be done. And same thing with the auto repair. Since the number of parking spaces are being reduced, it's possible of the 6, maybe at a given time, one of the parking spaces that is designated for the convenience store may not be used, and that could be used for the auto repair, understandable. But at no time should any of these excess vehicles be parked on the sidewalk by your own employee. Or at no time should you be blocking the driveway, just because it is the driveway that is exiting from your site, because then it's impeding the flow of traffic and pedestrian flow. And safety concern is a big part of our review, and the sidewalk needs to be free and clear of all such vehicular activities. There cannot be any repair work, any vehicles awaiting repair, or any vehicles awaiting pickup after repair should not be on the sidewalk, and minimize the use of the curb cut for your business operation. It is public. Everybody should be using it.
We had a detailed meeting before this, and after this, we went through all the options, and we discussed that who will be responsible for what. And we are planting 2 trees on Sutter Avenue side, so there will be no sidewalk parking whatsoever. So the only thing remaining was the parking striping lines that we will do to make it 3 different rows of, for parking, nine waiting car to be car wash, 10. So those will be very clarified, and we will do this striping, and then we send you a picture that this is how we are doing.
There'll be an employee who will manage the queue to make sure that the cars are moving properly.
Okay, so just, I don't think I read that in the letter.
We'll add it. It's not in the operational plan, but we'll add it.
And is it at all possible to provide some street trees on Dosher?
That will be tough because Dosher Street is not as wide as Sutter Avenue.
10 feet only sidewalk.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's wide enough to put park cars on the sidewalk, so.
On Dosher, no, nobody parked on the Dosher. We only saw parking on Sutter, because Dosher is only 10 feet sidewalk. It's hard to walk, So putting trees, I don't think so it's going to be solving any problem. And nobody parks on Dosher. Only people park on Sutter, because Sutter is a wide street and wide sidewalk. And we are putting trees in between, so there will be no room left to park.
Okay, all right. I would say also for the auto repair, some kind of an operational plan that clearly indicates that there is an understanding between the employee and the employer as to how they make sure that the cars are not parked on the sidewalk. Okay, so that's it. And it should be a letter from each one of the operators and the property owner affirming it in an affidavit form. Okay.
So the only remaining item is that to clarify the signage, which is like 41 or 150 maximum. So we will clarify that one in our signage calculation that this a little bit one thing is not clarified. We'll make sure it's clarified, the signage.
Yeah, I think you are showing the proposed signage to be 48. It's just that the signage analysis sheet is different. So just make it consistent. That's all.
We'll take care of that, no problem.
All right.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other questions or comments? And I really do want to thank the operators of both the facilities and the property owner attending our hearing and paying attention to the comments that we have stated. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go to the public then.
The application that we are discussing is calendar number 2022-95 BC. 1249 Sutter Avenue, Brooklyn. If you wish to provide testimony on this application, you may join the Zoom webinar. The webinar ID is 845-5467-5917. The passcode is 161854. Or you may dial in via the telephone at 646-558-8656. Once you are in the Zoom room, you may press *9 to raise your hand and then *6 to unmute to provide your testimony once you're called upon.
Okay. I'm going to make a recommendation that we close, if that's okay with all the commissioners. They're agreeing. So, and you said it will take till end of February to make most of the changes. Okay. And you said early spring, the planting would be done?
That's correct, yeah. Before in the first week of April.
First week of?
First week of April, we will do planting.
Okay, all right.
And like we said in our statement that curb cut will be done before 15th of February. It is being done today. So because today was the good weather we found, last week was very cold. So guys are doing it today as we speak.
Okay.
So when would the board want to see the application again?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say, think is whether we should wait for some in-ground work that has started for planting. Is that something that the board would consider?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So we will wait for some of the in-ground work to have started with regards to planting. So that will take us, let's say, past April. I just want to give you enough time if we have frost or something like that to start that. So we will schedule it, I would say, end of April or early May. Yeah.
Okay.
And so in the meantime, all these changes that you're doing, please provide photos of the changes before and after. Definitely helps. And it gives you bonus points showing all the.
Thank you. I'll take a bonus point. Thank you.
And
Hi, I think there may be a member of the public who wants to talk. There is someone raising their hand, Sherry Hextall.
Okay, please let her in.
Okay, so she is joining as a webinar panelist. Sherry Hextall.
Hello.
Hi, are you calling in to provide testimony for calendar number 2022-95 BZ at 1249 Sutter Avenue, Brooklyn?
Yes, I am.
You may proceed and state your name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Okay, great. My name is Sherry Hextall. I reside at 149 Dosha Street, Brooklyn, New York, 11208. I am the property abutting the car wash gas station. Sits right next to it. The sidewalk is still being used to dry cars as we speak today. Garbage dumpsters are placed in the street on Dosha for pickup with bags around it. I submitted photographs of same. So I'm not sure where's the garbage being stored from the deli inside the store. That's why I have rats running through my yard still. I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay. Okay. We did hear the concerns that were raised, and the applicant has revised the plan to provide a trash enclosure that would be located within the building. It would be facing Euclid Avenue, and that's where the trash enclosures will be in a masonry constructed wall, and trash shall be stored there. And thank you for reminding us that as part of the operational plan, thank you, Ms. Hextall. Are there any other speakers?
No, I'm speaking on behalf of myself and a couple of others that are unable to be here.
Thank you. Yes, the applicant did revise the plan based on the garbage, the trash storage issue. And
so, okay, I don't mean to cut you off. So what about the cars being driven on the sidewalk on Dosha Street? What about the 30-something feet that's being allocated and taken away from the public for the allowance of these cars to be dried? This is causing a huge discrepancy, and someone needs to do something about it. If you come home from work, you can't park because they're drying cars on the sidewalk.
Thank you, Ms. Hextall. If you have been listening to our comments, we are asking for a very detailed operational plan, and from both the operators for the auto repair and for the car wash. And the way we have asked the applicant to reconfigure the plan is to ensure that all drying of vehicles happens within the property along, this would be the fenced area along Dosher Avenue, and vehicles will be exiting after they are dried off from Dosher Avenue towards Sutter. So they
okay. So when will that be effective?
No sidewalk parking is ever allowed.
Yeah.
When will that be effective?
I'm
I'm
so
trying
sorry.
to figure out because if you look at
currently-
if you look up, but
I'm so sorry. Your 3 minutes have expired, but I'll address the comments. Currently, the premises is operating without term. So if the board decides to grant this application, those conditions will be effective immediately. Effective immediately, always, sidewalk parking is illegal. The applicant, this premises owner operator, is never allowed to park cars on the sidewalk. If the board should grant this application, a condition of its grant will be that no parking will be allowed on the sidewalk, and a failure to comply with that condition may result in revocation of your approval.
And in addition to that, I believe as of right now, it shouldn't be any in and out to the site from Euclid because there is a fence and a school there.
Right, I think she's concerned about Dosher.
Okay.
Yeah, she
other side.
abuts the property along Dosher, and her concern is about the vehicles blocking the sidewalks, so it makes it difficult. And that's exactly the concern that board has raised to the operators of it. So you cannot block the sidewalk to run your operation. All your operation has to be contained within the site. And that's why I'm asking for this operational plan to be revised, where clearly all of these comments are reflected, including that all the car washing, post-car washing, drying, all of that will be contained within that area that is fenced in along Dosher Avenue, and no cars will be parked on the sidewalk for such operation, for pickup, for cars awaiting service, nothing. So those need to be reflected in the operational plans for the auto repair and for the car wash. Yes, Commissioner Yoon.
I would like to reconsider the idea that street trees be planted on Dosher and Euclid now that the fence is there, because you can plant a tree in a 10-foot sidewalk.
Oh, it's 10 foot?
I believe that's what Mr. Cassata said.
Definitely you can park. Because we have seen plants being parked on a 5-foot wide sidewalk, so.
And the tree would be
Yes.
a good way to prevent, because it's not only parking that seems to be the concern, according to the testimony, it's also just driving on the sidewalk, using it as a secondary lane, because it is a one-way street, so.
Okay, all right, so do provide planting on Dosher. I think based on the length of it, you can provide at most one, if not two, depending upon how you count it. So revise the plan and provide the planting on Dosher.
I will just say it's 110 feet of frontage with a one curb cut, so I believe they could provide two.
Two?
Yeah.
Okay, our architect has spoken.
I mean, I'm not looking at a survey, so there may be other obstructions, but please try and fit two.
Okay. Okay, so thank you all, and Mr. Kanzada and Mr. Gupta, please revise your plans to reflect 2 more street trees along Dosher if possible. And whatever paperwork and procedure that you need to follow through to provide those street trees on both Sutter and Dosher, start providing that. And again, the timeline that you have proposed for making all these improvements, please start doing that. And meanwhile, until the vote is granted, operate on this site as if all the conditions that we are going to place starts today. Because if we hear any more complaints like these, it is going to hurt your client. We are going to put much more restrictions, and that's not what you want. Operate as, like I said, as if you're living in the backyard and you have this use, and how would you like this use to operate and be respectful of your neighbors?
Sure.
So please, I do not want to hear these kind of complaints. I mean, that's why it is being designed in a way so all your operation is contained within the site. And you did say that you have retained a traffic consultant to do that analysis. When that is complete, please provide that also.
Mhm.
But I think from what Commissioner Yoon is saying, and that is, I remember seeing on the Dosher one, you can provide street tree, please provide it. And whoever and 2 gentlemen who are representing the car wash, refrain from any car wash related use on the sidewalk and contain all your 10 reservoir spaces within the site. And all your cleanup of the cars, drying of the cars should be within the site, not on the sidewalk. The sidewalk belongs to the city and its people. Are you all okay with wanting to close this then? Okay, all right. Make a motion to close.
Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, and this will be scheduled for decision April end. But as I said, please start changing your operational habits today. Because Ms. Haxtell can still file complaints if this is not operating properly.
We'll do that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate all the help.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you to all of you for attending.
Thank you. You are welcome. Thank you.
Let's go to the next case.
The next case is a continued hearing on the BZ calendar. It is calendar number 2023-03 BZ 519 Jerome Street, Brooklyn.
I think this would be Chris Wright, and I don't know if his architect is going to join in. Philogene.
Yes, the architect should be here to address the design questions earlier today. So he has been in the waiting room. I hope you can find him.
What is the architect's name?
Philogene?
He's joining.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
Great. Yeah, he's important to the response today, so we can address the.
Okay. Will both members of the team please raise their right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
You may proceed. Please state your name.
Okay, just quickly, I first I want to express my gratitude to the board. We seem to have addressed
Can
the
you
three
say your name
families.
for the record?
Excuse me?
Please
Oh, I'm
state-
sorry, Chris Wright, Law Office of Christopher Wright, on behalf of the applicant. Sorry about that. I just want to say quickly, I'm going to turn this over to Ken because I know there are design questions, but I just want to say the gratitude that we've been able to address the three-family issue. And at that point, it seemed to be there were design questions, so I'm going to turn it over to Kenneth to address those concerns.
This is Kenneth Philogene. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I participated in your meeting this morning, and I understand some of the concern that you had in reference to what we're missing in the analysis. So the planting area calculation and the parking area calculation. These are minor things. We will take care of them. Also, the open space requirement. We will take care of them in the next submission. Now, the area that was of most concern to us was the parking. Right now, the design as we presented we think it's the best design that will work for our clients, and also that makes sense. When you have a tandem parking, let's say you have a garage and you have a parking in front of the garage, it makes it very difficult to coordinate between the tenants that will be occupying the space. So that creates a headache or a problem that will present itself in the future when you want to move the car in the garage and there's a parking in front. If the tenants don't get along together, so that creates a nightmare. So we will definitely we prefer to have the parking, only one parking spaces, and you get a waiver for the other parking. In addition to that, having to block the windows in the front, that will reduce the brightness in the apartment because they'll be relying only on the windows in the back. So that's the reason why we really feel that it's a better design to have the parking waive for one parking space and have only one parking in front of the building.
Is this going to be condo or it's going to be rental?
3 rentals.
It's a very small neighbor building, and knowing your neighbor and telling them, hey, I understand the concern, but I also think there are a lot of buildings that do have parking in tandem, and they do accommodate that. So, like I said, I could go either way, but see if you can. I'm not. I think.
Go ahead.
So here is the thing. There are homes in this neighborhood where there are tandem parking, and people coordinate with their neighbors by parking, moving cars in and out. And here you do end up getting the opportunity of both. You end up not only providing the parking, you also get to have 3 units that you wanted. And 2 of your units, 2 of the rooms of that unit on the ground floor is facing the rear yard, which is a nice rear yard, which would be exclusively for the tenant. So I'm not sure losing a view from the street is a huge negative sellout when you have a car parking right in front of you. I'm not sure that gives you much.
No, it's a garage. It will be blocked completely. There'll be no light coming from the front.
I think that would be typical to most apartments in New York City, though, where you have a single frontage. Because it would be then a 1-bedroom apartment that has exposures to the rear. There's nothing atypical about that. I understand. I'm sorry if I'm jumping in, but I appreciate that what you've proposed may be better in terms of marketability, et cetera. But as far as to me, requesting the minimum variance to make you whole or the owner whole does not necessitate a parking waiver. I do believe it necessitates a side yard waiver for the minimum variance for this site. That's it. So I appreciate what you're saying. I just don't think I think that's in excess at the minimum. I am outnumbered though, so I'd appreciate it. I mean, I will also defer to the chair.
You convinced me.
May I say, I mean, why don't you discuss it? It's a serious concern for the applicant. I just don't want to belabor the point, but
and the concern is what, in terms of renting it out? One bedroom is not going to be marketable.
Well, when I did a lot of work with Ian over the 3-bedroom map, and I looked at a lot of units, and they were all 1 families or 2 families or 3 families. I don't think there's a market for a 1-bedroom in this neighborhood, and I don't think it's what they need based on my pretty intensive review. I went through almost block by block, even beyond the 400 feet, just to see how far it went. So that's one major concern. I don't recall. I mean, most of the parking spaces I looked at were on the side. I don't recall any situation where there was a car in front of somebody's garage. I mean, I don't remember exactly, but the tended to be was either people had a space in the front, or a lot of people had spaces on the side. A lot of this neighborhood was built pre-61. The other concern is just a floor area concern. Right now the FAR is 1.56.
Yeah, I don't think that we don't need to discuss. I think we agree that a 3-dwelling unit is appropriate, and it's a question of the variance. And I think, as oftentimes Commissioner Otley Brown raises, are we making you whole or putting you in a better situation? Now, I think what you stated was very interesting, is that you're saying most of the homes here are family-oriented homes where you have more than 1 bedroom. So if we were to even push you to have a 1-bedroom unit, you end up having a unit that is not very marketable, because the market here demands for more of a family type unit. And I think we are all convinced that a 3-family unit here is reasonable. Okay. Can you give me some information in writing that shows that most of the real estate here tends to be, family-oriented units, 2 bedrooms and more?
Yes.
Okay.
Like I said, I went through block by block, lot by lot, because I really needed to address the 3-family issue, which I know it's not a B finding, but it goes to that. And I went through and I'll even look to see if somebody's parking in front of somebody else's garage, but I can provide you with information in that same kind of land use area showing, I think, every single lot is a 1, 2, or 3 family, or 3-family plus. Like I said, there's no apartment buildings of any kind.
I think my question is not whether we are accepting that 3-family is okay. It's a question of number of bedrooms.
I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think out loud here. I mean, I don't know, the DOB on the these are listed as 1 families. Do they have?
I think it's an easy search in terms of you do a real estate search to see what are the prevalent market, what are the units that are out there? Do they tend to be 2-bedroom? You can talk to a local realtor and find out what is the typical bedroom size. Are these studios 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms? And what is the predominant rental units sizes?
I mean, Ken knows East New York better than I do. He's been doing projects out there for decades. Ken, can you weigh in on this a little bit?
Yeah, we will do the analysis for you. We'll do the research and let you know what the prevalent area it is, 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom.
Okay. Yeah, Ken's the expert. He's more than me.
So they're mostly 2 bedrooms and plus?
No, we will do the analysis to provide it to you in writing.
All right.
But Ken, you'll show that 2 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms or 4 bedrooms are what it's
yes.
prevalent. not studios or not one bedrooms. Okay, right.
That's good.
We understand. And and Ken is the expert more than I am, and we can give you a report.
Yeah. Okay. I think that might help us come to a resolution on that one. And I do think we don't want to create a unit that will not be marketable. And that would be a loss. So if you can just provide that analysis to justify your need for maintaining a two-bedroom units, 3-family unit, and therefore requesting a parking waiver. That's how
Okay,
you.
yeah, we can do that, right, Ken? That's not a
Yes.
problem.
All right. Any other?
I will say it is possible to do a duplex unit on the ground floor.
But I think we all agreed that it's going to be a 3-family unit is very reasonable here, given the context. So I'm not going to move from that one.
Okay.
And then we also owe you just technically the objection, which is coming from DOB, and I'll revise the facts and findings statement.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments? Let's go to the public.
The application that we're discussing is calendar number 2023-03 BZ, 519 Jerome Avenue, or I'm sorry, 519 Jerome Street, Brooklyn. If you wish to provide testimony on this application, you may join the Zoom webinar. The webinar ID is 845-5467-5917. The passcode is 161854. Or you may dial in via telephone at 646-558-8656. Once you are in the waiting room, you may press *9 to raise your hand and then *6 to unmute once you are added into the Zoom room.
How much time will it take, Mr. Philogene, for you to provide this analysis?
You should get it within 2 weeks.
2 weeks? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it possible we can close, or do you want to have another open hearing?
I think this is a critical part of the minimal findings, so I don't think that.
Okay.
So you
Yes.
have to address that for us to get to E before we can close on it.
I understand. I just wanted to ask.
Let's schedule this for second part of February. Because submission, I mean, I can do it early February, but then the deadline for submission is this week.
Yeah, no, I think, what, may I ask what the calendar dates are at the end of February and early March? Because I have a few conflicts.
Give me a second.
I don't have a calendar in front of me, I'm sorry.
February 26th, 27th, and then there's March 11th and 12th.
I would suggest, if I may, I have a conflict the 4th of March. And so I would suggest March 11th, so that way we can make sure we get the report in and have it done right.
Oh, you don't want a February, end of February?
No, you, I think it's February 26th.
Can I just jump in really quick? Sorry, I'm on Street Easy looking at everything that's available for rent in this neighborhood. And there's one bedroom. I mean, they're all 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms. So it is true, at least what's available today.
Okay.
I don't know if that helps
I think
expedite the process. I know I'm countering my own situation here, but if we're just waiting for that,
okay,
it seems like I can pull it up on the screen. We can look at it. If everyone is satisfied with that, then we.
I think you've helped answer my question.
Okay.
It defeats your question, but you have helped answer.
That's fine. I mean, I'm not trying to oppose the project. I'm just trying to understand and discuss the minimal variance, but.
Vice Chair Shabeta, you had, are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
See, we tried to work with you. And our commissioner who himself raised the question is trying to help find the answer. This is what our board does. Okay, all right. In that case. All right, so because of the information that has been provided very generously by Commissioner Yoon, who indicates based on Street Easy that predominantly what's on the market are Commissioner Yoon,
I would say in excess of, they're 2 bedrooms or more.
2 bedrooms or more. So that responds to your justification for why the ground floor unit needs to be retained as 2 bedroom, and therefore you're requesting a parking waiver. I'm satisfied with that response. Only thing I would suggest, Mr. Wright, while we have stated it in your letter, in your cover letter, back it up with your this analysis that Commissioner Yoon very kindly provided.
Okay, we'll address the issue. And like I said, provide the other technical documents which are important. And then I would repeat my request to possibly we could close this and then schedule a vote, and then you can always reopen it as an issue, I believe.
Did we call the public?
Yes, the time ran out.
Commissioner Yoon, I really thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Yoon. Thank you very much.
Let's close.
Okay, motion to close, Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
This application has been closed.
So you need to provide a letter with a 2BR, and I think if there are any revision to the drawings that is needed, I think I gave some comments, just make sure those are all addressed.
Yeah, we can get all to you in the 2 weeks.
And you need to provide us a new objection letter from DOB.
Yes, that's coming. You have the revised side yard, which was incorrectly issued. So that's solved,
And revised statement of fact.
Yes, statement of facts and a new zoning chart.
Okay, and revised plan and zoning chart. Okay, all right. How long will it take for you to make those changes?
I think we can get everything in 2 weeks.
And when will you get the DOB objection?
Ken?
We're waiting on the commissioner's signature. It's already with them. So I would say in less than a week, we should have it from him.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, but DOB has been taking their time a little bit, so maybe I don't want to.
Let's schedule this for end of February.
Okay, that'd be fine. February 26th, that?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure we got the DOB, but we'll cross that bridge if we have an issue there.
All right. Thank you.
We could always accept a later submission if it's a matter of just within a week.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Carl. Thank you, Commissioner Yoon, very much. I appreciate it.
Sure. Okay. All right. Do you want to go to the next case?
Yeah.
Or okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next application is calendar number 2023-48 BZ 7509 Shore Road, Brooklyn.
That would be Mr. Beckerman. I don't know if John McNally and Charles Fasano and Jim Kiddings want to join in. These were the participants from last hearing. Jim Kidding, change to. All right.
Mr. Beckerman, is everyone from your team here?
Yes, I believe so. We have Charles Fasano, Alec Militek, Jim Kedek. And I think that's it. I think we're good.
Okay, great. Please raise your right hand, everyone. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes. Yes.
You may proceed. Please state your name for the record.
I'm Stuart Beckerman from the Law Office of Hirsch, Singer and Epstein, and we are the representative for the applicant Bay Ridge Prep. And with me, joining me this afternoon are Charles Fasano, who's the head and founder of Bay Ridge Prep, Jim Keddick, who's the project architect. He's from Chandler Pierce Architect, and Alec Militek, who is our environmental consultant from Philip Habib and Associates. So first I want to thank the board for their careful consideration of our application and for being, very responsive and helpful as we move this project forward. So thank you very much for that. So if I may, we can respond to some of the questions and concerns that were raised by the board at executive session. So first, I'd like to just respond to the DOT letter, most of which we agree to comply with. We agree to build out the sidewalk on Shore Road up to the property line for a width of 17 feet 6 inches, which would result in removing and paving over there's an extension of our lawn. We also agree to I'm sorry. We also the existing curb cut on Shore Road will be eliminated, as DOT indicated, and it's reflected on our plans, by the way, and the curb will be built full height. We also agree, the school also agrees to put in pedestrian ramps at the intersection of Shore Road and Bay Ridge Parkway and upgrade them to ADA standards, and obviously we'll work with DOT on that. And the same goes with the request for the installation of regulations, no standing school days, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. along the curbs adjacent to the new school frontages. One request that DOT made, we will not agree to, and that is that eliminating the and not putting in a new curb cut on Shore Road. What they wanted us to access our parking lot by way of Bay Ridge Parkway, and that just doesn't make any sense at all for us. There's just, I think we've addressed that, and I think the board's been okay with that. So I just want to put that out there on the record. Another request that the board made today, which we're prepared to agree to, is to limit the open classroom use to the existing roof. So, on that, we're willing to accept that. We also agree to revise our plans to, as much as possible, look at setting back the mechanicals on the roof of our enlargement further back from Shore Road. So we're prepared to do that as well. So now the one, maybe I'll just stick to, okay, sorry. And the next request, which we are going to push back on, and that is to put in sound attenuation at the rear of the existing roof. I'm going to just make a few comments, and then I'll turn this over to Alec Militek from Philip Habib and Associates, whose noise study, which was submitted to the board yesterday, documented that there will be no significant noise impacts on adjacent residences from the open classroom use. But just want to make a few points. One is, and I know the board's aware of this, but I just want to remind the board of this fact, and that is that, that the use of the existing roof is as of right. It doesn't in any way touch the variance that we're seeking for the enlargement. So I just want to point that out there, and that we are in the process of getting as of right permits. And I understand that the board can, go into other aspects of the use beyond what's covered by the variance, but I just wanted to put that out there. And another another point I wanted to make was that in order to put up the sound attenuation equipment, we'd have to reclassify the roof as floor area, because there's no way to do this without putting up a solid opaque wall or, piece of equipment that would be more than 44 inches in height in order to do what the board's asking us to do. So I just want to put that out there. But let me turn to Alec, who can address the impacts and why we believe that there really will be no significant or even, impacts worth addressing, from the roof in terms of noise.
Before Mr. Alec Militek joins in on that noise sound analysis. With regards to the floor area, what our understanding is based on various documents that we have reviewed, it seems that if the sound attenuation wall is set back from the parapet by even 2 feet, then it does not count towards floor area. And it can be up to the height of 8 foot, 5 foot, and it would not count towards floor area. And that's how we have advised some of going forward with schools with rooftop play area and outdoor activities on the roof, that that sound attenuation where provided is located inside of the parapet, setting it back by 2 feet. And I think in your case, since you have the bulkhead pretty much on one side, you only need to provide the noise attenuation on the rear portion of the building. And it basically, and you have these 2 mechanical spaces on the towards the back with doors, and you just have to provide it set back like a little bit by 3 feet or so. Nobody's going to use that as part of your classroom. So it's literally like a sound attenuation device that's located 3 feet, allowing for enough egress, ingress from those 2 mechanical ends on 2 sides with the door. And then you almost don't have to provide any more attenuation anywhere else, because the residential home is behind the parking area that you have. So I think it's minimal.
We're just talking about
Is that you, Commissioner Yoon, who's sharing it?
right?
Yeah, I think that's the area. That's the area I'm talking about, where you need to put the attenuation, and between
kind of fence here.
And maybe it can be even before that, because there's a stair door that's right where you pointed the arrow. It can be even on the outer.
We're talking about here and here.
Yeah, I would say further back, because there's a door right there. Yeah, like that.
I appreciate what you're saying. And we could take a look at this. And before I think Jim Keddick can weigh in on this as the architect. But I just want to make another point, and that is, if we had students in the open area in what is designated for the parking, I mean, this wouldn't even be an issue, right? I mean, I guess I'm just trying to understand it. And the fact is, we are 70 feet, more than 70 feet, I understand, from the nearest residence.
Right. Can I weigh in real quickly? Because it really was my suggestion originally. I'm not as much concerned about the 75 students as I am about the fact that your space is so much larger than just 75 students worth of space. And we have no way to monitor this going forward once the variance is granted. And so in the event that you don't comply with your own upper number restriction on adult events here, which you said was going to be a maximum of 4, but we really don't know going forward whether the school will stick with 4. It's really to insulate the community from what could be 175 adults having a fundraising cocktail party in the spring out there from 5 to 8. So that's why I'm suggesting sound attenuation. So in the event that that does happen, I'm not endorsing it, but if that does happen, you're not going to have your neighbor screaming about how disingenuous this school is and not caring for the surrounding community. So it really is your own insurance policy against that happening.
Thank you for the clarification. That's helpful. Now I fully appreciate what your concern is. So maybe there's no reason for Alec to speak, because it seems that you're not really so concerned about the impact from the open classroom use per se. But Jim, do you have any thoughts on the floor area issue?
So the most current drawings, that we sent in, I guess, last week, they were submitted. If you look at the roof plans for both the phase 1 and the phase 2 drawing sets, we put there what our understanding is of the portions of the zoning resolution that apply to this. And the two concerns were, on the one hand, permitted obstructions in relation to, the height of things that can be done in that way. And also the issue of how one goes about determining whether an apparently open roof might still, become zoning floor area, which depends on the rule we put there, as we understand it, about how, enclosure, quote unquote, that determines, that floor area issue is done. And our reading of it was that while you can have open kind of screens, chain link fences, screens, whatever, anything that's solid, and which generally also includes glass, even though it's transparent, that, solid barriers are limited to 54 inches in height before, they begin to contribute to the enclosure concept. And as it happens, as it works out, when you look at these rules, and it has to do with 67% of the roof perimeter being the sort of trigger number for whether the roof is considered to be enclosed, we're right there. I mean, when you look at the tall, mechanical enclosures that were brought up earlier, those are clearly, they fall into that enclosure height, as do the existing couple of stair bulkheads and a new elevator bulkhead. So what's left turns out to be, an amount that, we have enough low sort of parapet and guards that, we still don't count the roof as floor area, but it's right there on the margin. So if we were to take that additional stuff that was just penciled in on the drawings that were put up on the screen, and we may, and clearly, acoustical barriers need to be solid. They can't be open, so if we make a barrier more than 54 inches high, it's our understanding that'll push us over into the floor area category. So
Because we're already at the maximum, right?
Just jump
In terms of the enclosure.
Mr. Kettig, I had very, very similar understanding and concerns. And in my short time here, we've done some, as the chair mentioned, we've done some deep diving to investigate this specifically with the classrooms that we have on rooftops, and also sometimes with community facilities that have rooftop space. And it's often from either DOE requirements and DEP requirements that all of these things are necessary. And in our deep diving with basically ZRD1s, precedents from DOB, letters from DCP, we have come to this understanding that if said fence with sound attenuation of unlimited height, but usually 10 feet because that's what's required by DOE, is set back from the parapet or the perimeter by 2 feet, it shall not constitute an enclosure. And that is how we have been moving forward for, I guess, a few months after all of this research has been conducted on our side.
Can you share any written determination on that issue?
I mean, can we share the DOB determinations?
DOB determination on
If
the.
there is a DOB determination, that would be great.
It's a few.
It's actually a combination of several cases that we kind of analyze side by side. And I think that's kind of how we came across the reading to me.
Okay.
I just wanted to explain because I sympathize with Mr. Kettig's concerns and I had them myself, and we've taken some time to look into it on our side.
Yeah.
Maybe you can refer us to a board decision precedent and share with us the approved.
We recently approved a school on Bedford Avenue that had parapet, that had outdoor recreational space on the roof. And there, the noise attenuation was set back from the parapet wall, along the frontage. Of course, it had to be set back based on the fire department access requirement, but along the rear lot line, the fence was also had to be set back along the rear lot line by how much?
2 feet.
2 feet.
Yeah.
So can you share with us the approved plans? They're foilable, it seems to me you can.
Yes, we can.
Madam Chair, this is Carlo. I believe the case that is being referenced here is 2022-46BZ, 1005 Bedford Avenue. But it was just recently approved on January 8th. I just don't know if the resolution is ready yet, but we're happy to share it once it's published.
We can also show approved
Can you
plans.
share with us the approved the plans
Yeah.
themselves, since they are part of the record? So we
Yes.
can see
Yes,
them?
of course.
Thank you.
Mr.
Can I
Beckman.
jump- can I jump in? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Now.
Sorry, Carlo. You have something to say?
Yes, I'll be forwarding the plans to Mr. Beckman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we also discuss I guess there's a couple of things that came up from my perspective. I know that there's this focus on the parent functions, and right now we rent outside spaces to have them. The moving in of the putting these sound acoustics in is going to involve a significant expense because the roof is just finished, and now we're talking about having to bolt new things into the roof. And I guess I would like to hear from the people who did the sound study, and given the distance from the roof to the nearest house, and given the fact that this is not a play area, this is an area where kids will be sitting up there doing classes or maybe having lunch. This is not going to be a noisy area. So before we jump into all these logistics, I'd just like to rule out that this is something that's really necessary. I think as Stu had mentioned,
You know what, I think I made myself clear that it wasn't the students that I was concerned with. I was concerned with other uses of the roof. And right now you have a capacity of 170 odd people on this portion of the roof alone, let alone phase 2's portion of the roof. And so if you're going to use that, we don't know what's going to happen after the grant. You may decide you're using it in tandem. You may have a big community shindig. You may have a fundraiser with an auction. We don't know what it's going to be like, and we can't have oversight over it.
And another way of looking at it, Mr. Fasano, while you are, limiting to 75, as Commissioner Otley Brown said, nobody's going to go there and monitor, right? And should your program require to have a classroom of greater than 75? By having this noise attenuation, you are actually giving yourself that safety factor, that ability to do that.
I guess I'm just wondering from the people who did the noise study, if there was 100 or 125 people on the roof, would that still cause the concern? Like I'm just trying to understand.
And I think your
actual
noise analysis may support what you're saying, but we have to have this reviewed by Department of Environmental Protection for them to sign up on the noise. And generally that tends to be a little bit more conservative. And that's why if there is such an urgency to proceed with this project, you might be able to push the time clock forward by providing that. That would be my earnest suggestion. And I also genuinely believe that it's a good neighbor response. That way you protect yourself, as Commissioner Otley Brown said, it's an insurance you're buying. It keeps you from your neighbors complaining about the noise that would be generated. If at all.
Yeah.
If all any noise is being generated, nobody would hear it because you have provided all the right measures. You've erred on the, you've erred on the conservative side of the treatment.
I guess I hear what you're saying. You know, I guess we've been very thoughtful in this project. All the areas that are adjoining the neighbors, we're not doing things. And, you know, we have a backyard there. There's a discussion about putting a basketball court in there. I did not want to do that because I felt like a bouncing ball next to it was just the wrong thing to do. So I feel like every space that we've arranged here, you know, the spaces that are adjoining.
Mr. Fasano, I'm going to cut you short. I think as Commissioner Otley Brown very clearly stated, the concern that was raised, not necessarily the students and the activities you're proposing. It's really the fact that it has an occupancy rate of more than the number of students that you're proposing to locate there. And that number of students may result in higher level of noise generation. And this helps you resolve that issue.
Okay.
I guess we hear you and we'll take a look at that and see if this is something that we can do, right, Charlie? I mean, I don't know what else.
Yeah, no, I just know the contractors just finished the roof. So you're talking about putting all these holes in the roof. It's going to be a significant expense. We're already at the edge of our ability with this project. Money has gone way over. And I know that's not your problem. It's just a little bit stressed about.
These are very simple. These are very simple structures. These are like it's. I mean, the most simple one is a wire mesh with noise attenuation devices that are attached to it. These are almost like a
Fabric,
like
yeah.
a bat, acoustical panels, which are blankets actually. They're very easy to install. So I don't think it should result in any, and our structural engineer is here, I shouldn't be
Yeah,
speaking.
I would say considering the nature of the development that you're proposing, installing such acoustical measurement shouldn't be like even a concern cost-wise. It's cost as compared to the total cost of the development should be minimal.
Let me ask this question. I guess everything that we've talked about, like we had thought about putting clear glass instead of an open fence, and the structural engineers always go crazy because it's right off the water and the wind is very strong. So if we're putting acoustical panels there, I'm just not confident. Everything that I've heard from the structural engineers has been that they're going to have to do a lot given the strength of the wind. So I think this is going to turn into a much bigger project than.
Right,
You know, we could just say that to save on cost, we'll just limit the roof access.
Yeah.
That could be an option as well.
What if
And-
we would have reduced
Okay.
what if we made the limit on the roof 74 instead of making it a public assembly? Did that change this?
You still have way more space. You could say you're gonna limit the roof to 5, but you walk out the door, what am I gonna do? Have an employee go sit there for the next 20 years to ensure there's only 5 people out there? You've got space that can accommodate 350 people. How would we be able to ensure that you're limiting it to 74 or that you're limiting it to only daytime hours? There's no way for us to implement that kind of a restriction, being that you have the physical space to accommodate several times what you say your maximum occupancy will be.
Dr. Fasano,
Are you including the roof on the new extension? Because I thought we were going, we've conceded that we're not going to do that. We're not going to do the occupiable roof.
Okay, well, so then still, so it's at least double.
Okay.
It's 170.
Right, versus 74.
I would say talk amongst yourself, talk to your engineer and figure out a solution that can work. Or you'll have to revise your roof plan in such a way that only has an area where only 75 students can be there at a time. So if that means planting and other things, that kind of eliminates the accessibility of the roof. And therefore you kind of indicate, listen, with all the planting, rooftop, everything in place, I only have so much space where only 75 can be accommodated. Maybe that's a solution.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the issue is not going to be resolved today. I think we need to just take a closer look and figure out what,
Yeah,
knowing where the board stands on this.
yeah,
Well-
and unfortunately, we, even if, let's say this was met, we still need a DOT sign off, we need a DEP sign off on, for, the SECRA part of it. And, I know Philippe Habib's team is pretty well connected with all of these agencies, so you.
Excuse me, I think currently the EAS just focuses on the expanded playground, not playground, outdoor area, so that would have to be updated as well.
Right, so modify the scope.
Mhm.
Right. Yeah, that can help the discussion even further. Ms. Prenga?
Oh, I just wanted to clarify that the comments that Mr. Beckerman was discussing from DOT were from the school safety division, and
Right.
we are waiting for the seeker comments on
Okay,
this application. So just wanted to clarify that.
okay.
So if we are eliminating the roof of the enlargement from our open use, if we need to let DOT know that, so maybe that would shorten their review process. Is that right? Ms. Prenga,
I'm not sure if, or I believe it would affect DEP noise review, not DOT transportation review, right?
You're right.
Right.
Mr. Beckman, this is Carlo. You're correct. That I think would conclude that portion of the DEP review.
Right.
Well, it sounds like phase one, you're keeping it, the rooftop, and then the phase two rooftop you're removing. Is that right?
Correct. That's correct.
Depends
So-
on how you characterize phase one versus phase two. Phase one is the one-story enlargement. So the roof of the existing building will be an open use under phase one. And under our revised phase two, it will be the same thing. It will just be the open use of the roof of the existing building, not of the enlargement.
Right.
Right, so this rooftop classroom will remain.
Right. That's
It
right.
will not be expanded to here.
Right.
Correct.
So
That's,
there's still a concern here. Based on the discussion today, I believe there's still a concern right here where the
Right.
cursor is.
yep.
Okay.
We will look at that and get back to you.
Commissioner Sheta had.
Yeah, because
his hand up.
this is a school, I have a suggestion. I wouldn't make a decision on eliminating the proposal for the rooftop for now. I would go to my engineer and discuss with him and get an idea of the cost and then make an educated decision. I still believe that the cost shouldn't be a significant issue.
That's very kind of you. Thank you.
Okay, I think there was one other question that I think it was Commissioner Otley Brown raised, and we're prepared to address that as well. And that was, we were asked to look at addressing programmatic needs, the per square foot per student criterion that we've been using, or that we see as intrinsic to our programmatic needs. Before I turn to Mr. Fasano, I just want to point out, I believe even though we didn't directly address that, we did generally address and we generally made the argument in our January 4th submission that we have a unique pedagogy here and that our needs are unique, and we don't believe that other schools are, and we did not look at the other schools because we didn't think it was comparable to our particular situation. And I'll let Mr. Fasano address this. Excuse me.
So I think, okay, do you want me to speak now?
Can you do the research first before you give me a justification for why it's irrelevant? I don't understand all of this pushback. We ask this of schools. You are not the only school. You are not the poorest school out there. We ask for a very simple survey of surrounding schools that deal with the same age of children. And if it turns out that your gross square footage per student is way higher than everything else around it, at that point, then stress to me how your programmatic needs are different from other schools. In all probability, you're going to fall somewhere within the range and you won't even have to have that conversation. But what I'm seeing here is why you can't do this and why you can't do that and why you can't do that. And that's not making me feel that my requests are taken seriously in this matter, or that you're going to address them. And if you're not going to address my requests, then should any problems come up with the community, I am not confident you're going to address any of the community issues going forward, should there be any. This isn't that difficult. You can get a hold of plans, you can get a hold of schools' documents, and just do a simple mathematical equation. Gross square footage divided by student body, and get a range. It's not that difficult.
And it is a common request
Right.
that we make on
Right.
every application, because we have to make certain findings to allow for, and we need a basis for deference. We have to make certain findings. This is not an uncommon question.
And we asked that.
No, thank you. Now that you've explained it, I just, we have a different type of program, but you're making sense. We'll just go get the data that we need and we'll explain it if we need to.
We meant no disrespect, Commissioner. I apologize if that's what came across. That was not at all, that was never intended, and I apologize for that.
And Commissioner, I do feel, in all honesty, that I don't feel like we're pushing back about a lot of things. I've been pushing back on the acoustics because of my nervousness about the structural piece, but everything else, we've conceded a rooftop, for the second thing. We pulled the building back 3 feet. There's a lot of things that we really sat and thought about, and it's like, okay, we could do this, we could do it. So we've been trying to be really, work with you on this. And I appreciate all the input. I know you all have different expertise and experience, so no disrespect meant.
Sorry, go ahead.
And I'm sure you would notice that the BSA has done its best to work with you, so you can have a project that works and that is mindful.
Sure, I appreciate that.
And we do appreciate the comments that we made earlier today, that you've thought this through and kind of responded to them very quickly. However, these are some very standard things that we go through the review, especially with regards to schools, and this is not an anomaly. And I am also trying to fast track the process as much as can and minimize issues that may come up once the site is fully operational.
I appreciate that.
Thank
Thank
you, Madam Chair.
We want the same thing.
Yeah, but I understand
We
that.
will get that information to you as quickly as possible.
Yes.
And we also want to get this wrapped up. And again, we appreciate, as you could see, we've been agreeing to changes in an effort to get this closed as rapidly as possible. So, figuring out what our priorities are. And so we appreciate everything you've done.
Our goals are aligned.
Right, we, Vice Chair Shibata said it correctly, our goals are aligned. So one of the things, if you need any help with regards to that comparison analysis, Ms. Prenga, please provide a sample so that you kind
That'd
of
be great. Thank you.
looking at it. And I think with regards to the engineering, you need to talk to your engineers to figure out what is possible and possible or not, and reach out to our executive director and general counsel and Ms. Prenga and discuss that matter. Let's go to, if there aren't any questions from your end or from our end, are there any questions? If not, let's go to the public then.
The application that we are currently discussing is calendar number 2023-48BZ, 7509 Shore Road, Brooklyn. If you wish to provide testimony on this application, you may join the Zoom webinar. The webinar ID is 5467-5917. The passcode is 161854. Or you may dial in via the telephone. The number is 646-558-8656. You may press *9 to raise your hand once you're in the waiting room, and press *6 to unmute once you're in the Zoom room. Thank you.
Mr. Beckerman, how much time do you need to provide these responses?
So I guess there are the following issues. Before, so I guess we're gonna have to make some, well, ultimately we're gonna make changes to plans. We're going to respond on the issue of other schools and their students per square foot. And we're gonna look at we're gonna consult with our structural engineer and find out what would be involved in putting in a sound barrier, a sound attenuation wall. And I think that's it. So I turn to first Jim Keddick on the issue of the structure, and Charlie on the issue of the structural, conferring with the structural engineer. How long do you think we need to look into this?
I could get on the phone with the structural engineer right after this and talk to them. I know they're gonna say
Well-
they have to do their calculations and so
Well,
forth.
there's,
but-
right, so just in, Charlie's defense or whatever, these large acoustical barriers that we discussed earlier, in the, about the mechanical enclosures, those have huge wind implications. And we've just gone actually through, the roof was already reinforced with some steel, but an initial design for those large structures was putting such huge moment forces into the roof structure, it didn't work. And so things have been redesigned. It looks like something's going to work. I think it's all a function of how tall these need to be effective. And so it's a two-step process. I will contact Cerami, who we do have on board as a acoustical consultant, right away about this and get their sense of how tall this thing needs to be. And then once we know how tall it needs to be, that's when the structural engineers get involved. And hopefully something can be done that doesn't impart those kinds of moment forces into the roof structure, because that would mean going in from underneath and, doing more steel construction when, it's not a good phase in the project to have to go back in and do that. We're gonna have to take stuff apart inside to do it. So, yeah, I don't know. So I hope we'll have an initial answer, like how tall does the fence have to be, and the structural engineers can look at it. I hope within a couple of days, we'll have a basic answer about how workable is this, or does it require major reinforcement of the underlying roof structure? So.
Yeah, we also, Jim, have to look at pulling the mechanicals back on the roof of the enlargement from Shore Road. So that's
That, I'm not worried about that. I think that's
That we can do.
Yeah.
And then the comparison with other schools, it looks like we should be able to do that also within 2 weeks or so, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's easy. It's
Okay,
not hard.
so.
I have a question, just thinking out loud, and I'm just thinking out loud. That is, what if you were to have the outdoor activity on the phase 2 roof and not on the phase 1 roof? This because the phase 2 roof is not built. And should your engineering state that you need to provide some buffer? You have 2 bulkheads on 2 ends and mostly along the residential. So the capacity difference is not that much, it's same.
The only thing is, I think the phase 2, could be 3 or 4 years off, and in all honesty, it's about how much money we can raise to do it, and so
okay,
it would be hard. But there's a good suggestion. If it was happening right away, I would say yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure if what you mentioned about the imposed wind force will be like a decisive factor in like determining whether you can build this acoustical fence buffering or not. But I believe it with a proper bracing for that fence / wind barrier, the structural engineer should be able to like configure the bracing and the connection in such a way to minimize the wind, and maybe switch it into just axial forces. I don't want to like teach how this could be done, but I'm sure it's doable.
Yeah, no, I think what we went through in the taller structures is that there was an initial thought that the the structures on the roof, above the roof level, could be built as a sort of self-contained box that wasn't transferring the moment loads down into the roof. But there's a couple of different engineers involved. And the first round of the above roof level structures didn't do it that way. It was imparting moment, loads down into the roof. And that was just determined to be not feasible given, the way the roof had already been reinforced, it would have been required even more reinforcement. So yeah, I mean, so it's not just a matter of, kickers, diagonal braces or whatever. It's how the loads are being, transferred into the roofing structure below. So we just have to have them look at it.
If this is gonna be one of the reasoning that you're gonna put before us, I would like to get like a brief on that at next hearing.
Sure.
If you wanna go with the rooftop and still without the acoustical fencing installed, I would like to get some sort of like structure letter report on why this wouldn't be possible.
Absolutely. I think we're basing it off of the other acoustic panels that we've had to put up. So, but I think that I don't know if there's a different acoustic panel that gets put up here, different than the ones we're putting around the machines. But I guess, yeah, we certainly can do that. Listen, I'm hopeful that it's something that it's not a big job, but I'm very nervous that it is based on what Jim was saying.
Right. So the reason that the ones we have they're very tall is a function of how the air is being blown out the tops of those machines that are sitting on dunnage and et cetera, et cetera. This is just about, I assume we're talking about people's voices standing on the roof. So if a fence that's only 7 or 8 feet tall,
to be 8 to 10 feet, no more than that. That's what we have seen in most of the schools with children's play yard. It tends to be no more than 8 to 10 foot high.
And they can have a parapet of probably 4 or 5 feet. So we're talking about 6 feet difference, probably 5 feet.
Yeah, I wonder if it needs to go all the way to the roof bottom, if there's a way the acoustical engineer can take a look at all of the other surroundings. As you mentioned, you have a lot of perimeter, so maybe it's only in the areas where sitting and standing voices would travel. But again, as you already said, you have to find out where it needs to go first.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So I would like to know when we will have this information, because I want to make sure we can schedule it, or you can get back to Ms. Prenga and we will try to schedule it at the as early as possible.
So are we talking about another hearing, or are we closing the hearing?
Not close.
Not close. So I think sooner the better. If we can maybe respond within 3 weeks, would you say, Jim? And
that will take you to the second hearing of February. Is that okay with you?
the second hearing of February, which is when?
February
26, 27.
Okay, yeah, I can, February 26th, 27th, yeah, I can do that. I'm on vacation. Oh, I'm good. I'm on vacation earlier that month, so I'm good. Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
So when would it be due? When would the submission be due?
It's due February 8th. So
and
in
if you need
2
a little
weeks.
bit more time, with regards to the structural engineering, 1 extra week, I'm okay with that.
So originally you said submission 2/8, but it could, or extend another week, or an
Yeah.
extended work week.
Yeah.
Okay, appreciate that. That's the week I'm out, but we'll stay on top of it.
Yeah, Mr. Beckman, this is Carlo. Yeah, if you need that extra time, just send us an email to Ms. Pranga.
Sure. My hope is based on what's involved, that it won't take that long.
Yeah, just let us know and we're happy to communicate and accommodate.
Absolutely. Thank you, Carlo.
That building was used as a garage before?
No.
No.
It was a residence for Redemptorist priest.
Seminary.
Okay, and you're not doing any structural alterations to the roof structure?
We did. We had to support the roof to use it as a occupiable.
If you're doing structural alterations, just take into account the loads that's gonna be imposed by the wind. I don't want to make your life harder. Just talk to your structure. You should find a way to accommodate some loading from the winds.
The problem, Commissioner, as I understand, is that they've completed the structural work already for the building. That's the problem, and so that would have to be.
Talk to your structure. Structure engineers are good in doing that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
We have the last case. Is everybody okay with that?
Yep.
All right. This would be Ron Rosati.
The next case is a new case on the BZ calendar. The calendar number is 2023-39 BZ 163-69 24th Road, Queens.
Hello. Is there anyone else in your team?
No.
We have someone by the name of Marlon Cox.
Might be a neighbor to testify, and he's not part of the team.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Ms. Pranga.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
You may proceed, and please state your name for the record.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chair. Ron Rosati representing the applicant. We will provide the FEMA map into the record. The site is not in a flood zone. I don't believe there were any other comments.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Let's go to the public.
The case we are discussing is calendar number 2022-39 BZ 163-169 24th Road, Queens. If you wish to provide testimony on this application, you may join in via Zoom. The webinar ID is 845-5467-5917. The passcode is 161854. Or you may dial in via the telephone at 646-558-8656. Once you enter the Zoom waiting room, you may press *9 to raise your hand and then press *6 to unmute once you are called upon. So there is this Marlon Cox is in the waiting room. Please raise your Zoom hand if you wish to testify. Would you like to add this individual? They have not raised their hand, but
maybe it's
The time is up.
Commissioners, okay to close this? All right, motion to close.
Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank
So
you, commissioners.
the submission is the firm map and, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes the public hearing for January 23rd, 2024. The person is still in the waiting room. I don't know what you would like to do.
The hearing is closed for February 22nd, 23rd. All cases have been reviewed. Please, if there is any case that you wanted to talk or listen into that may have been heard yesterday, you can go to our video. They're all uploaded on our BSA. Go to the BSA's website and that will take you to the YouTube links to our hearings from yesterday. And if you had missed any of our comments from earlier today, you can also, today's hearing will be uploaded shortly, and you can also look through that. And if you have any questions or comments that you did not get a chance to respond, you can submit your response to submit@bsa.nyc.gov.
NYC.gov.
To also submit testimony if you'd like to.
Right.
Yeah, submit.
Yeah, this includes your testimony also. Okay. All right. Should we, counsel, are we okay to close and, okay, thank you all.
Thank you.